XboxEra is about to enter its 5th year, and that's all thanks to you. If you're new here, let me fill you in. XboxEra is a platform for the Xbox community with best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and of course XboxEra.com, chock full of the latest news, reviews and more, all focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. It's every Xbox fan's gateway to the best of XboxEra. Our incredible podcast listened to in over 50 countries across the planet, our own digital store for games and codes, our merch store for the coolest of Xbox threads, and of course Day One, where you can track, rate and discuss your favourite games on Xbox Game Pass. XboxEra is built for you, and it's completely funded by you. If you value having a publication truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can support us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us build the next 5 years of XboxEra. Thank you for your support.
The XboxEra podcast is brought to you by executive producers Top, Torn Raptor, Lawpole, and Jordan White.
Hello, friends, and welcome to episode 194 of the XboxEra podcast. We're here to talk about all the latest in gaming news from across the industry, but overall, we're focused on your favorite platform, Xbox. If you love what we do, you can support us directly by heading to patreon.com/XboxEra or becoming a YouTube member right here. And as always, keep your eyes peeled on XboxEra.com for all the latest and greatest in Xbox news. As always, I'm joined by Special Nick.
What's going on?
And G's
here. How y'all doing?
Jeeves. Maybe we should name you Jeeves. Jeeves. No. Review another game, Jeeves. Does that work?
Fuck yourself, sir.
Oh, it's a new year. It's a new look. We hope you like all of the green. It's very XboxEra green in here. Don't you think?
Yeah, we gotta make our own. I know people are like, we really like the Xbox motifs. We're like, well, we're getting old enough and big enough where we need our own branding that evokes what we cover, but doesn't just ape it.
Yeah, we used the Xbox IPs, but now it's all about us. Actually, I just saw your brother in the chat. Ask G's.
Ask G's.
I love it. It's great. Welcome, chat. Welcome, community. It's another Saturday. Everyone had a good week? You guys had a good week, Nick? Good times? Yeah. I understand you've been left alone this week to fend for yourself a little bit for a few days. Like you had some alone time.
No. Right? It was just the one day that I was completely alone.
You're still alive. You enjoyed. You had some man time. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. My mate came over. We went out, had some fish and chips, grabbed the coffee.
It's very good. British of you. Very British. Yeah. Like it.
In Australia, I would argue in Australia, it's very Greek.
What, fish and chips?
Because traditionally in Australia, or in Melbourne anyway, Greeks run fish and chip shops traditionally.
I don't know.
Not as much anymore. Here. Not as much anymore.
Oh.
But
yeah. Good. I've had a lovely day. I went board gum. What? I can't even speak. Went board game hunting. Been playing a lot of board games lately. Don't know why. Yeah, really. Like card games and tactical games. So if anyone has any board game recommendations, let me know. Got a few friends coming down later on in February.
There's a Halo one coming out in September.
Okay. I saw.
And
a lot of people talk about it last week.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did talk about it last week.
I heard back from them, though, and they said, we'll let you know closer to launch if we can get you a review unit.
Very nice. Very nice. I've had a lot of people say, like, try, Dungeons and Dragons style role play. And I'm like, I don't think any of us have got like a dungeon master in us, really. I don't know. It always seems really daunting to even attempt a game of that style. So if I've no interest in playing Baldur's Gate 3, then probably not going to play Dungeons and Dragons personally, unless someone could persuade me.
The thing I would say the difference is when you're playing it in person, that it's much more friendly. Baldur's Gate 3 is a video game, so in the end, it just ends up being like a really dickhead GM the whole game. But if you're playing in real life with somebody who's good at it and wants you to have fun, then I think that's like the actual combat in Baldur's Gate 3 is just an asshole that will very happily poke you when you're down instead of trying to figure out a way for you to still come through maybe in the end if the dice rolls your way. But yeah, it could be fun.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe one day. Yeah, there you go. What have we been playing this week? I suppose we should start with that.
Boy.
Right?
We know the one.
Been playing it for like
Prince
2
of
weeks.
Persia. Yeah.
Oh man, I still haven't beat it because I'm trying to 100% it, and I still have not beat it. And it is just, man, it's such a good game. It's so good.
I think I'm on the last boss, or the boss before the last boss. I think
I am right. I'm near the end, but I'm not finishing it off yet because I am attempting to like 100% it before I do.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get all the collectibles. I'm trying to like I've hit that point where I feel like I've explored every nook and cranny of the map.
Like looking for all the little shadowy parts. Like, have I been there?
And I'm still missing not a lot of stuff, but enough stuff where it's annoying me that I'm missing these things. And there's some stuff where I know where they are, but don't know how to get to them. I've still got 2 of the architect's puzzles to figure out. So I think the architect has 9 puzzles, which I figured out 7 of them.
Wow.
And I need to figure out the next 2 and have no idea. So I don't know if you guys have found down the bottom of the map. I don't even ask me the names, but Jesse's footage has him fighting the cobra, and that's part I'm talking about.
You can't talk about anything after that. Not a single thing, power or anything.
Yeah, you're not allowed
to embargo. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so even you can talk about the mystery chests, like because
literally anything you come into after the snake,
we're still under the embargo, so we can only talk about up to the point of
somebody created some.
Oh right. Yeah. And it's got those 2 things that slam together. And you've got to get out of the way. And I don't know how to figure that puzzle out.
I think it's very safe to say that a lot...
Yes, I know that one. I can't figure that out either.
Yes.
It's very safe to say that the optional content is extremely difficult. The main quest content can be tough. It can be tricky. But the optional content can be Celeste levels of insane platforming. That is very fun.
Yeah, it's punishing.
And it's optional.
But I will say... There's one puzzle I figured out that I reckon will put me in the top 5 most intelligent people in the world. I'm telling you, man.
You need to do the guide. That guide will do well.
If I do, I need to go back, do that puzzle again, record it, and post it on our channel. I reckon it'll get like 50 million views.
50 million. More views than the copies of the game sold. 50 million views.
Because it's such an impossible puzzle. And then I was racking my brain for like hours. And then I quit that day. And then I came back the next day. I'm like, okay, let's do this again. Let's go. Let's figure this out. And then I figured it out. And I'm like screaming out to my wife. I'm like, watch. I figured it out. And she's come in. She's watching. And like I sort of stuffed it up. I had the right idea, but I kind of stuffed up my timings and all that sort of stuff. And then I got it, and I was like, "Oh my god! Finally, I got this puzzle!" Like it's just, oh boy, there's so much to this game. There is so much to this game.
That's what I like about it. The old latency coming in, us trying not to.
I know. That's why I said it very low. I was like, it nails everything because that's it. It just
There is this wonderful balance between this, as Jesse rightly points out, if you're mainlining it and you're just like, and you beeline through, you will encounter challenge, but it's not like completely insurmountable. But then the game will be like, oh, you've got all the powers, huh? You want to go find all the secret things. Here's this 2-minute gauntlet of death. And you have to remember to be in the exact place at the exact time with the exact power. And you like, there is a place with that kind of puzzle where you're getting like, okay, I'm here. And then every time you think you've got it nailed, there's another, and you're just like,
gotta start all over again. I still haven't done that bit. I've just set a marker for myself there to go back.
Yeah.
Because it was pissing me off too much. I'm like, I'm gonna get really angry right now. I need to stop. I need to cool off, go and do some other stuff, and then come back again another time because it was just getting to me.
I mean, that's a really unique system that Ubisoft,
the screenshot system,
have added. Like, because
it's great.
Rather than I remember there is a room, you actually get a nice visual aid of where
or
that
just
specific
a marker
is.
And trying to think, what is that marker? I got to run all the way there to know what it is. It's like, no, you get an actual screenshot right above the marker.
Yeah. It's great.
They are limited
very, very
to let people know you get a 15 of them to start. And you can find another 10 or 20,
you
but they are
find
limited.
Heaps more.
Yeah. I saw people using them for everything. I was like, oh, calm down.
Oh, really? Nah.
Yeah.
I barely use them.
I use them when I rage quit. If I've rage quit place, that's where I'm using a marker. I'm like, fuck this, I'll come back.
I was using them less than I should have. I should have been using them more. So I'm starting to use them, or I have been using them more now towards the end. But this game, man, like, you know, I've said it on Twitter and stuff. Like, Metroid Dread was my game of the year for 2021 because it's just, I love Metroidvanias and Metroid Dread is incredible. But I like this game more than Dread.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Same.
I want more games like this.
Yeah.
Like, this is the kind of thing where it's like, yeah, okay, if I'm in the mood to just go straight through and enjoy it for what it is, I can. But when you've got sublime platforming, wonderful puzzle design, cool powers and timey-wimey stuff, you really get to like play with those tools. And that's what the side content is for. You got all the tools, now we're just going to go nuts. And I love that they've done that. And I wish more games had this kind of like, when they know they've got that core, when everything's here, this is just chef's kiss to play.
It's incredibly difficult, but it doesn't waste your time when it's difficult. It's super fast on reloading and getting you into stuff. And there are some... that clip I showed you when I was ahead of you guys with that platforming in that optional area, and I was like, yeah, this is insanely hard, but it didn't take me that long because it controls so well. I'm like, I can't wait to show that next week or something. It's like, look at how nuts this gets for the people who do want it to be this way. But if you don't, if you're Nick and you're like, I just want it easy, and you can have easy, and there's even really good accessibility options where, like, if you just can't do the platforming, it'll make a portal and it'll just take you to the other side.
I haven't done that.
Yeah.
All I've done is set the game to easy, but even easy is not that easy.
Yeah, I was on a little above normal difficulty and died quite a bit because it can be very, very challenging at points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I didn't do that thing where it just solves the platforming for you. I've been doing all of that myself.
Yeah. If I had
so good.
If I had quibbles, and now I do have quibbles, right? It isn't
Me too.
perfect. I would say that the fast travel system isn't the best. Like,
it's
there are
designed
places where
to
I'm like,
force you to always explore. I wished at some point it would let me just fast travel. Like, okay, I've beaten the game.
Yeah.
Just let me fast travel.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. You
like
still
a
have to
late
run.
getting power to fast travel to whack trees would be a lovely little addition. Like, you can unlock it at a certain point in the game, because there are times where you're like, I want to go here, but there's one fast travel spot and the place I want to go is here, and there's like 3 other whack trees, and you're like, come on.
I know.
Eventually, there are so many that it doesn't become an issue, but by that point, you don't need them because you've already done everything around them. You can just miss them so much. Like, when I was starting to clear the map after beating the game, I found like 7 more. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, this would have helped. But it has made it better for exploring. So
and I love the hints for the whack trees as well. Like, you'll be navigating the map and you'll just see these lovely little gold leaf motifs and the wind kind of just blowing in a direction. And that's your hint.
Yes.
Go explore this way. You know, health is here, and, you know, a bit of recovery. And I do wish, for me, and I don't know what it's like for you guys, the opportunities to parry sometimes for me feel a little bit hit and miss. Like I'll be like, I swear I blocked that, and sometimes I'll be like, what? Why did I get hit? And I get the red attacks you can't block. That's a dodge scenario, right? But there's just these every now and then you think I'm going to do this really cool parry, and I'm like ready to defend. And there's a part of me that wishes it was a lot like something like Ninja Gaiden in that regard. Like you could just hold the trigger and you would just block. Like
yeah.
But then it's not. It's not really.
Yeah, their system is the risk and reward. If you parry, you take nothing. If you mess up your parry, you take extra. So, one thing I noticed going between now that I've got this 2.1 HDMI capture card and I can actually play at 120 hertz now while recording, I noticed 60 hertz versus 120 hertz. It definitely felt easier. It was very much that Sekiro thing where when I went from the shitty performance on a 1X to a lock 60 on a PC, I could parry everything. So when you've got the higher frame rate and the less, latency and frame times, you definitely notice it's easier to do stuff.
And that's another shout out as well to Ubisoft. So, and I don't know if this is a common thing for them. I don't think, and keep me educated here, folks. I've seen this on other games, but let's say you're a Ubisoft Plus member, right? Mm-hmm. If you were playing on your Xbox, you can choose your save, load it to the Ubisoft Cloud, download your PC version, and then download that save.
Yeah.
Which is
Immortals Phoenix Rising did the same.
Did it? Great.
The last few years, they've been getting into the cloud save stuff. It's what I used for Mirage when I was jumping between
that
console
should be
and PC.
standard.
Oh, it should. It should.
That should be standard.
I understand the mentality of this is an Xbox save, but the fact that they allow you to transfer that save to something universal that can be grabbed by all the platforms, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Smart move.
One fun issue you can run into with Ubisoft, though, is they have all their editions, and if you've got DLC tied to an edition that you didn't buy on the other one, it can sometimes break that. Most games work okay with it, and you just won't have access to it. But, like, I got the gold edition, so I've got this gun here. But I have the standard edition, so I don't have that. So sometimes it just doesn't work with the older stuff. They fixed it in the new ones.
Yeah.
Because I'd be tempted to get this on Switch, to have it on the go, and just use my save file.
Digital Foundry said it's like one of the best looking Switch games. It's Unity is the engine it runs on. And supposedly it's fantastic on there.
It's just, and the music is just so good.
Gareth Coker and Mentrix. So it sidesteps the typical like Arab music that we always get to denote the region, and actually delves into with Mentrix a lot of the actual historical type of music they would have, and it is incredible.
It's so good. Like it's one of the only times ever, and I mean ever, that I have turned all the other volumes down to like 6 or 7 and left the music at 10 to make sure I am hearing that music. It is so good. There is a little bit of bias because Greek music and Arabic music are incredibly similar. But man, it's so good here.
Are you Greek?
So good.
We did no idea. And I gotta I love Gareth Coker's soundtracks predominantly. He didn't do this alone though. He did work with other musicians to produce some of these.
He did the main
sounds.
theme that you hear in the main menu and stuff, and in work.
But I love it as well because as any Xbox era fan will know, we always try and go all out with our reviews. And I did reach out to Gareth Coker because, when Jesse was reviewing it, Nick was playing it, I was playing it. We were like, this is really fucking good, right? So I reached out to him. I dropped him a DM. I was like, big fan of your soundtracks. Any chance you could send us a couple of your favorites to use in our video review? Because, outside of Jesse playing through and maybe muting all the combat sounds and just recording,
which I did a lot,
and which is what you did.
So it was the mute the music and then jump around the boss trying to not die for 3 minutes.
Yeah. Now, as I understand it, Ubisoft could not provide tracks, and that's fine. We understand maybe the soundtrack has an official release date.
They don't.
The game
it was
out.
Not released, and it's like company policy. They don't want it to leak or something like that. It's got a whole. They've got a whole thing around.
I even said in my DM to Gareth, I was like, we promised. We're pretty pleased. We won't share it anywhere else. He couldn't supply, but he did follow us on Twitter, which is super cool. So thanks, Gareth. Appreciate you. Yeah, like ever since the Ori soundtrack, I have been like the biggest fan of that guy. Like
The
he is so
Immortals
good at
one
what
that he
does.
did is incredible too.
Did you do Immortals as well?
Yeah, he's
I
been
played
doing
a bit
lot
of
with Ubi.
Immortals.
Immortals
rules.
is a great game. Immortals is a great game. I do need to go back to it. I played a
In
fair
my
bit
review,
of it,
I
but
think
need-
Oh,
I
sorry,
called
I
it-
was confusing Immortals of Avium with. I didn't think
Oh,
you did.
no,
that.
no, no.
Apologies, you're talking about
Phoenix Rising.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's a great game. Yeah,
Awesome
absolutely.
game.
It's worth mentioning, chat, that there is a competition going on right now, a Twitter giveaway for, keep me honest here, 2 deluxe copies, which means they will be playable in 2 days if you're in
15th,
the UK.
yeah.
The 15th, so release day for the deluxe edition, that you can have a chance to win. All you've got to do is be following and liking and subscribing and all of that jazz. So
if you're already here, you
give it a
should already
shot.
have the subscribe down.
Yeah, if you're already there, go give it a retweet, guys. You know,
There's
get
a
yourself in
link.
with a chance.
Rayoid's comment reminded me because we were talking about the save feature, and yeah, I went to say before, and I can't remember why I didn't end up saying it. YouTube probably rudely distracted me.
Rudely.
If there's a publisher that has an account, Activision, EA, Ubisoft, bloody Epic, whoever, that save feature thing, that universal save feature, should just be standard.
Yes,
It's in Baldur's
100%.
Gate.
Sales.
It's in
Yeah.
It's in Baldur's Gate.
You get
It's in
people to double dip.
Cyberpunk. It's been in a lot of stuff lately, thankfully.
You encourage people to double and triple dip because they
Diablo
know their
had it.
save file's going to be there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand why it's not. I mean, don't get me wrong. We say that as laymen. It's probably incredibly difficult.
Well, you need to have your own
implement.
login, and I know a lot of people are always afraid, like they're sick of having to sign up for everything. And
Well, I
get
saw
it,
the
but-
reaction to the Switch version not needing Ubisoft Connect, and everyone was like, "Oh God, I need a Ubisoft account." It's like, it's really not that big a deal. Like, just like usually, like I used to be really averse to that kind of stuff too. But like with these video game companies, it's like you're playing their games anyway. Like, what's the big deal in creating an account? Like, they usually give you a ton of benefits. Like, hey, if you've got your Ubisoft account, link your Epic account, and you'll unlock this skin, or you'll unlock this. I've created them for everyone and linked them all to each other. In Fortnite, I got all these skins, and in other games, I got all this stuff. And I've done all the challenges for the Ubisoft Connect. You know how the app always does challenges for every game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got them all for this game.
Nice.
It's just, yeah, but I refuse to beat it until I 100% everything, which it's going to end up, I'm already at 20, I am at 25 hours, and it's telling me my percentage is like 79%
Wow.
at 25 hours. Because
Yeah.
again, I'm trawling and I'm spending hours on puzzles. Like a lot of my hours are probably solving puzzles.
It's impressive, mate. It's dedicated. I'm on about 20 something hours, maybe 23, 24, same as you. I'm only on like 70%. So you're like a whole 10% completed ahead of me, I said in there, right?
I beat it at 58%, I think, in 14
Yeah.
hours, but I probably had an hour and a half of idle.
And only after 15 hours did it get good.
Yes.
What's I don't get that. Like,
I don't
I
get
understand people not liking the initial hour or two because it's very, I guess you could call it very tutorial-y.
Yep.
That first hour
Yeah,
or so.
teaching you mechanics. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But isn't that like every game these days? Isn't that
pretty
like
much.
stock standard almost every video game these days?
Do you know what I wish more than anything? I wish
What?
outlets would stop giving specific genres to people that don't play those genres.
Yeah, I know.
You know, like, hey, I'm going to give live service games to the guy that helps open world looter shooters, or I'm going to give complicated Metroidvanias to the guy that hates complicated Metroidvanias. Like, what do you think's going to happen? Like, it's going to be the game that magically changes their opinion of the whole genre? No.
I mean, we've spoken about this before. That is the alternate theory to it, which is maybe if you give it to someone who normally doesn't like that genre and they end up loving it, then holy crap, how good must this game be? That's, I guess, the other way of seeing it.
That's fair. But a lot of the criticisms that you might have for the genre are often in people that love the genres. strength. They're strengths, not weaknesses. Like
Yeah, I know.
what? Yeah.
More often than not, yes, you're better off having someone who's into Metroidvanias probably reviewing a Metroidvania more often than not.
Yeah.
But spoiler alert, unless something takes me by surprise this year, this is probably my game of the year.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just going to say it now. This is probably my game of the year. And one other discussion I did see this game cause, and it's an interesting discussion, is about price of games. Because people instantly see a 2D Metroidvania and are like, that's not
and what's it priced for? Is it $50?
50.
I think it's 50 US.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think that's reasonable.
Why? I know, but people see the camera perspective and instantly write it off and go,
because they're so used to a game like Hades was $20. Why is this 50? Hades is amazing as well because it probably had like 300-400 more people working on it. You can say it might not be worth it in the long run, but this is a massive game that is very much worth.
But how do people judge the worth of a game, though?
Yeah, is it in time per dollar spent?
Yeah, is it length? Like I'm going to hit 30 hours comfortably in this.
It's about feeling expensive a lot of times for people that talk that way.
But it's got high production value.
I know.
You say that, Jesse, feeling expensive, but I've seen that come to bite expensive-looking games in the arse when the expensive-looking game then turns out to be 6 hours and you're done. Yeah. Like, because it's so expensive-looking, it's hard to keep that up for
you get the ardent defenders who are fine with it being shorter if it feels like it was very pricey. But I know it's always the tough thing. If it's a AAA publisher, it's very rarely going to be as cheap as an indie game. Just for that simple fact that,
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Yeah, but like Miles Morales was almost full price and it's only like 5 or 6 hours long. This is longer than Miles Morales.
If you wanted Spider-Man remastered, you had to spend the $70 to get Miles Morales and Spider-Man remastered. There was no way to ever.
It's almost like they want to make money out of their clients or something like that.
And the simple fact of the matter is that this is an incredible game.
Yeah, it's a brilliant game, and the dev team deserve all the props. Like I like. Don't get me wrong. I think I've said it on the show before, but 2023. Widely regarded as a really good year for video games to be played. I'm not talking about the industry itself. It's been a fucking shit show, but widely regarded as a great time to be playing video games. But so much of the genres out there, bar a few, were just not my jam. And this has given me such a it's so lovely to be in love with a game again. Like genuinely in love. This is just so nice to play. And I just want to go and play.
I just want to play it now. I just want to go play it now.
Just pull a Jez. We'll turn the cameras off. We'll just get a couple of circles up there. And
I'll just go sit on the couch.
Yeah, when he was on the show, he has his big screen above him, and he was just like this the entire show. Like, yeah.
It's such a good game. I do want to beat it because I started Disney's Illusion Island at the same time, which is another Metroidvania, and I have not gone back to that since starting Prince of Persia.
It's a good sign. It's a good sign. I have played some other bits this week, but there's not much point talking about it. I had to start a quick go on Figment, which is a recent Game Pass release. Unsure as of yet as to what they're going for here. So I won't comment too much, but you're in the mind. It started off with this really weird kind of cutscene with like a little girl talking to their dad and like, oh, you wouldn't jump off of the building, Dad. Like, you're not Superman, and talk about parachuters or something like that. And then there's like car tires squealing and a crash. And then you're this little character, and I presume you're in a brain because they're talking about endorphins and dopamine. And I'm like, okay. And then there's a nightmare that comes and goes, I've stolen your drink. I'm like, okay, what is this?
The biggest nightmare is seeing the word Figment on an XboxEra podcast for me.
Yeah, it's been a while. What about you guys? Anything else you've been playing this week outside of the glorious Prince of Persia?
You go, Nick.
Not really, because even my Rocket League and Fortnite time have cut right
drastically
back because all I've been playing is Prince of Persia. It's just.
I hope it's not forgotten about come Game of the Year conversation time. I wonder if it will be indie Game of the Year.
I hope not.
right?
Yeah, it'll be Indie Game of the Year by Ubisoft. What a fantastic indie title Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is.
Hey, I'll tell you what, indie game will be Indie Game of the Year.
What?
The indie
You know what?
game.
Ah, Indie Game of the Year. Yeah.
It's a game we hope to be making, or a joke we hope to be making many times.
Yeah, you all know it ain't winning anything.
I got a
You
few.
sad movie tie-in for a franchise long since dead. Blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I have a
Rolling
lot
out
of
those
things
settings,
I'm playing and working on, but I can't say. There's one I can show. So I got the Turtle Beach Ultra Stealth Ultra controller.
Nice.
It's got the
Nice.
It's super light. So at first I was like, this feels cheap because it's so light. It's like a third of the weight of an Elite at the most. But then I'm like, no, it's actually really solid. The biggest thing about it, D-pad, very clicky, like everything's super clicky.
I like that.
It feels good. It's a little mushy with the way it's super like concaved in, but it still feels good. The big thing are the Hall Effect joysticks, because I immediately lowered every dead zone to 0, both on there's an app on the Xbox or PC or your phone. You can set the internal dead zone to 0, set the dead zone to 0 inside Halo, and it felt like I was cheating because there's no delay and it never drifts because they're the little magnets instead of being the shitty ones that everyone else uses. So you can have 0 dead zone, you'll never have drift, and it just feels ridiculously responsive. $200, not cheap. They kind of shamelessly ape the Elite 2 styling.
Yeah,
it comes with this clamshell and literally the friggin' charging puck.
Look at that.
The whole thing. Unlike
the
Elite, it works on a dongle, but the dongle is super low latency and lets you use it other places. But yeah, on the whole, I'm impressed so far. I'm going to use it for a few months, really, to see. You can program these buttons to be whatever you want as well. I'm going to see what it's
Rocket
like,
League
how
Turbo
it holds
and
up.
Handbrake.
Yeah, before I do a review. Also, I'll steal from the promotional block. I'm working on a review for Lil Guardsman. I'm working on a review for Bulletstorm VR. I've already done the review for Turnip Boy Robs a Bank, coming to Game Pass. I'm working on a review for Go Mecha Ball, which is coming to Game Pass, and just Suicide Squad should be in potentially soonish if we make the cut.
God, why do you want to play that terrible game?
Yeah.
Because God damn it, I like Borderlands, which is how it's kind of set up as a game.
It's gonna be another Redfall, isn't it?
Yep, and I love Crackdown.
It is,
which is like
it's gonna be another Redfall.
We're gonna give Suicide Squad like a 9.5, and everyone else is gonna give it a 6.
All right, we can talk about the alpha now, and I played the alpha, and it's like, this is solid fun. I enjoyed this. If this keeps up and the story
looks
really
fine.
good, yeah, it's really
It looks
fun.
completely
It's
fine.
a very fun. But it's that thing. It's an open world co-op looter shooter, which is one of my favorite genres. Which is why, I was in the higher part, but not nowhere near the top of Redfall review scores. But I like the genre of co-op looter shooter. Yeah. But Borderlands always had horrible writing, just dog shit characters. But this actually has really good writing, and the characters were good, and the cutscenes were fucking gorgeous. And it's like,
it looks really pretty a lot of the time.
There's a narrative that has been built up, and we all know it's probably going to be like a 64 on Metacritic, and then people are going to be playing it and be like, "This is fantastic! Like, this is really fun to play."
I knew there was something fishy about this, and when I say fishy, I don't mean conspiracy theory fishy. I'm like, Rocksteady is a beloved dev, right? Yep. I would argue they are one of the rare devs that quote unquote don't miss, and there aren't many of those in the world right now. Playground's probably one of them, which is lucky because they only make one type of game right now until Fable comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Sony Santa Monica is another one. There's not many devs out there that across their, and I'm counting devs who have had lengthy careers. Rocksteady would be one of the only ones.
They've only done 3,
along with Santa Monica. What have they done?
Batman.
They've
Arkham
done the Batman
Asylum,
games.
Batman Arkham City, and
Haven't they done
Arkham
stuff?
Knight.
I think Arkham
I thought
Asylum
it was
was
more.
their first.
I think so.
First game.
Was it?
Yeah. But
I thought they'd been around
here's
before
the
that.
thing, Nick, and we joke about Redfall, but there is a very important element here that I think is super key to how the industry reacts to this.
Mm.
Oh,
While I understand the criticisms that Redfall faced, right? I totally get them in terms of what people are expecting. I said it back then, and I maintain it today. Lots of people were annoyed because it wasn't what Arcane usually make. And guess what? We're going to tell you no. And what are the guys at Rocksteady doing? They're making a game that they don't usually make. You know, people, we've waited 7 or 8 years since you defined the Batman games, and you made a looter shooter. That's not what I want. And instead, just watch the reviews. They will talk about what the game isn't. They will talk about how it's a miss because it's not this. I've already seen it in the previews. And I'm like, what's that got to do with what you're actually playing? Because all you're doing is I'm going in, I'm already dissatisfied. I'm not reviewing it on its merits. I'm going in because it's not this. Ugh. Bad form, I say. But anyway, there you go. Just my thought.
And there's one thing I can show real quick. Urban Chaos Riot Response, which was a 73.
Yes, I just looked that up too.
Xbox. That was their was their first game. Then they made Batman. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, like, but my point is, they're a beloved dev.
Yeah, and they're changing what they're making, so people lose their shit.
And not just that, like, for me, if Rocksteady are doing these previews, it's because they're confident in the game. Otherwise, why else would they do it? Like, and I just, when I saw the preview, the one that's garnering all the attention, I was like, this seems odd to me. Like, I feel like Rocksteady is confident in this. And then after the now infamous preview happened, all of a sudden I started seeing a lot of devs on Twitter being like, maybe you should let people talk about the more in-depth previews that have been going around, because it just felt, I don't know, something felt off about this.
Well, I think Destin said that there were lots of problems with the actual preview event itself. Tech problems, issues with capturing, a limited amount of time. So, if anything, whoever the PR folks that work for Warner Brothers who organized the event, they probably need to have a look at that structure and lessons learned, but you can't undo that damage now. Like,
it is, regardless that's it now.
Regardless of what you think of IGN as a platform, it is massive. It permeates the mainstream.
Yep.
And if they go in with that narrative, seeing the phrase mixed Starfield reviews, I see it everywhere now. IGN coined it mixed reception. I'm like, wait, 84 on Metacritic?
83. Yeah.
Wait, what? No, it's mixed now, and that's everywhere.
We've talked about it before. Super Lucky's Tale.
Yeah.
Got sunk by that IGN review, and that game really was not a 5 out of 10. It was a perfectly competent little 3D platformer. A solid 7 is where I'd put it. A solid 7. But nah, that 5 out of 10 came, and that was it. And that's why I say some people need to remember how loud their voice is. I know sometimes we as gamers forget, but certain outlets and certain personalities within those outlets have to understand sometimes how loud their voice can be. We're lucky in that we can say certain things that probably don't matter very much.
But we're not loud. Well, you are.
We don't have a loud voice. We can say whatever the hell we want. And even then, I would try and avoid outright shitting on a game. I will try to avoid it if I can.
There's a difference between shitting on something and saying, like, hey, this could have been better and this could have been better.
But we're in a world of headlines, right? We live in a world where the headline is all that gets read and the headline is everything. So the second your headline says, we didn't like it, game's dead.
That's why I was like,
game's dead.
It's such a weird, when you're doing a preview, like, it can't just be, we got to play this. It's the clickbaity preview that most of the time I doubt the people actually doing this stuff want to do. It's their editor or whatever that comes up with it. And it's like, it just sets an immediate tone. Especially when I read a lot of really good in-depth previews that said, we love most of the stuff, we just need to see how it turns out, because the event had some issues. We were playing the same type of missions too much. Like, we didn't get to see the progression and the story as much as we would have liked. But the actual game's super fun to play, but that gets lost because it just immediately becomes, we played
The headline.
Suicide Squad and we didn't like it. It's like, yeah,
We didn't like it.
That's such a
I'm serious. That game, the only way this game turns that around now is with like a 95 Metacritic.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's going
That's
to
the
be
only
65. It's going to be like a 65.
Yep, it'll be like, low 60s, low to mid 60s now, even if it's actually a fantastic game.
I bet you it still sells really well.
The one interesting thing I think is Rocksteady's approach, right? Like, how many times have we seen it? Oh, I'm going to make a live service game, says developer and publisher. Okay, live service game releases, runs out of content in a month. Fans complain. Seasonal content isn't ready for another 6 months to 9 months, and then eventually 2 years later, it's a great game.
Yeah,
this has been in dev for 7 or 8. No, it's not been in dev for 7 or 8 years. It's been in dev since I think like 2017, something like that, or 2019.
Decent amount of time.
From what I understand, someone data mined, they already have all of their content and what it's doing and story beats and everything lined up and almost ready to go, so that they're not going to miss a beat. Now, whether that all comes to fruition is another matter, but it suggests to me that they know what they're walking into, and they have maybe watched and gone, okay, we're not going to fall into these traps. I don't know, man. Like, I'm totally up for giving it a go. I think any game with friends is a fun game to play. I just don't understand.
It does look like AAA Crackdown.
Yeah, it does. It does.
It looks
but
like
it's
AAA
Crackdown, but with the Borderlands set up on actually like getting gear and powering your character that I love, and really like a good writing and cutscenes and shit, which Borderlands has never had and Crackdown's never had. Like, it's this taking these two things people are familiar with and giving them a level of quality and sheen that never really had before. So I'm very willing to give it a shot.
Yeah,
I think it looks okay. Will it have a 60 mode though?
Yeah, I think it does. It does have a 60 mode.
This is PS5. It's PS5 marketing. This is PS5 footage from the preview event.
Yeah, and it looks 60 to me.
You can see all the PS5 buttons on the bottom.
I'd like confirmation.
It might have been playing
60
on PC, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I'd like some comfort. If it's 60, I'll give it a go. If it's not 60, I won't play it. I haven't played Gotham Knights.
You played Crackdown 3?
Yeah, that was like in 2017. I have different standards now.
Yes,
the game runs.
I'm 99% sure it runs at 60.
Yeah, it runs. Proven's in the chat. He's saying it runs at 60 on console, so 60 FPS. Here's the worry though, because it's got PlayStation marketing. I'm like, are there going to be Xbox codes available for us to actually give an Xbox review? And I guarantee you, will be one of like 5 Xbox reviews if there are.
Oh,
that's everyone else
version. The Xbox version will be in the high 80s on that.
Yeah, Jesse.
All the other versions,
like, mwah.
All the other versions will be 60s, and then everyone's like, "Oh, the Xbox version's really good."
I wonder how I'll be called a fan. Like, what would the fanboyism be here, DC? I guess because before with Redfall, it was just, oh, you only liked it because it's Xbox first party. It's like,
yeah,
maybe I just really like the genre, and I had a lot of fun with it when I played 50 hours of it in 3 days.
Well, do you know what? I often think that a lot of other folks that do these play these kinds of games solo and miss out on what makes them special in co-op to a degree.
Was playing with
so I hope one of our
brothers
gives us multiple codes and lets us all dive in and
I asked for at least
play
4.
together.
We'll see. Yeah.
Crackdown was co-op. Wait, Crackdown 1 and 2 were co-op.
Yeah, Crackdown 3 wasn't.
Which 3 wasn't.
Miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I played with my brother.
Is it?
Is it?
You got smoking crack?
I played 1 and 2 co-op. I played 1 and 2 co-op. I do remember that, and there's achievements in 2 for doing co-op stuff. But I don't remember 3 being co-op.
Yeah, it's got 2-player co-op. I'm like 99%.
Ah, it's 2-player co-op. Right. I didn't play it co-op. I played it single player. Loved it. Loved Crackdown 3. Loved it.
Bring on Crackdown.
But
4 now,
I'll play Suicide Squad, aka Crackdown 4. Sure, why not?
It's the spiritual successor.
Yeah,
Spiritual
right here.
successor to Crackdown.
There you go.
Why not?
Online
Why not?
co-op 2. There you go for Crackdown.
Okay.
Now, did we get the super chat from good old Collingwood?
No.
Absolutely,
Not yet.
ages ago.
Yeah. We'll go
We're
now.
bad
Good
because
old
it would have been a
Collingwood.
very sensible thing to repeat at the time of that conversation.
At the time, yes, we were talking about the save system for Prince of Persia, and good old Collingwood was like, and Ubisoft, don't patent it. That way others can use it. Hey,
Yeah.
I wonder if Suicide Squad has a similar... Because there's
I don't think they
WB
have
accounts.
Oh yeah, WB.
I did hear
Maybe.
one super unique feature it does have. So if you're playing alone and you want to bring in other team members, not only can you bring in other team members, you can choose your friend's specific character, and that character will come in, and anything that they do in the game with you, without them playing, will go towards your friend's stats.
Oh, wow. That's
And
good.
you can
They get
even
a-
go and
they get
pick,
a small
the number
amount,
one
yeah,
on the
it's not
leaderboard to come in.
Yeah, it's not some
Which is
crazy amount.
super
They'll
cool.
get a little bit of the experience in loot that was gained while they were playing with you, and it
Super
won't
nice.
harm
That's a
your
really nifty
experience
feature.
gain at all.
It just smells to me like a team that has really thought about what they're going into.
Kind of like
And I
Prince of Persia.
hope,
I don't know.
yeah, I hope they're not judged because they've decided to make a different game, or maybe because Warner Brothers, their owners, made them make a different game. Go
I
easy.
don't know, but the game,
you know?
the game seems fine. Like everything I've seen of it looks perfectly fine.
Yeah, oh, people are just miserable, mate.
Especially
People
when
are
you're watching
that
people who are
fucking
actually good at
miserable.
playing stuff.
Are we that averse to action games now that everything has to be a slow walk and talk, cutscene driven?
Well,
Like, is
what
that
it
the
is
world we're
with-
fucking in now?
With this one, it was people were kind of a little like, okay, I'd like to see them do something besides Batman back in 2016. But now it's been 8 years, and people are like, man, I could do it with a Batman game. So it's like, oh, they're not doing Batman? So it's like, yeah, they
Yeah,
took so
boo.
long to come up with another game because of WB's
Still
management.
DC.
Yeah, it's not the Batman game, and now people are like in
The
the
thing
mood
that
for a
blew my
Batman game.
mind was the complaints about, oh no, we're killing the heroes.
Who cares? It's a
Oh
video game.
no, my heroes.
It's not canon to the movies. Like, who
It's canon
cares?
to the
Jesus
Arkham verse.
Christ.
This is a sequel to Batman Arkham Knight.
Yeah, but like, no one has beat the game yet. It could be that those heroes are clones. They could come up with all sorts of bullshit for
It's
why
DC.
they're
Whenever
dead.
it's DC or Marvel, you're probably gonna get multiverse stuff, dude. Like when Brainiac's involved,
Yeah.
especially with DC. Like who knows? I'm sure it'll be fine. DC's not gonna be like you're just gonna murder them outright, chop Superman's head off at the end of the game, and that's it. It's like there's gonna be more to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. Suicide Squad, give it a shot. You know,
Yeah, give it a go. Go in with an open mind. Go in
and
and play the game for what it is.
not for what it isn't.
Yeah.
Reviewers,
Anyhow,
don't make me feel bad.
Yeah. Quick bit of housekeeping. One, just wanted to reiterate, we hope everybody likes the new look and new intro. I've seen plenty of compliments to Jesse's efforts to give us a fresh new feel for 2024. We also have to, as always, give a massive shout out to the king of all things art and design, Mr. Predrag, who behind the scenes is an absolute king among men. When it comes to making this stuff and making this look absolutely fabulous. So much love to Predrag for all his hard work and effort. There's a couple of things I wanted to ask you, chat. So first of all, one, XboxEra.com. As we mentioned, Jesse mentioned a bunch of extra reviews coming our way.
I don't hate the new look.
Who hates the new
I'm watching the feed at the same time, and Jesse's put
He
up that I
messaged
hate the
me
new look.
A lot of empty
I
space.
don't
on
hate the new
layout.
look. It's just there's a lot of empty space right now.
It's when we jump to something
At the bottom
that's
of the
not in the
screen.
everything in the itinerary I have to be able to show in the bottom, so it won't be empty. It's when we jump to random things that aren't in the itinerary. I'm like, okay, it's just gonna be empty for a minute.
Yeah, it's
I like the new look just fine. It's just right now I'm watching and there's just all
Everything
this
in our
empty space
showrunner
at the
I have
bottom.
ready to show.
Don't worry.
But
Don't worry.
he knows
So why did we make that really nice transition for?
for going into and out of the show at the beginning. I don't want to have
That's
us moving.
it.
People like us. Yes,
These are the kind
friggin'
of
4
conversations we
straight
should
times
have
it gets used.
internally.
I hate when it's
Um,
empty. Let's make it empty way longer by talking dumb shit.
Yeah. Let's carry on doing
The
that.
transition looks so nice.
Yeah, and it's get used 7
Let
times.
it
a
go.
show.
Indiana, let it go.
I never use the transition ever.
Yes.
I never use the transition during the show. I never use the transition.
I was thinking
during
the same thing, anorexic. Make that text fill in the space. Have the font be bigger and nicer, and maybe fill in some.
When
of the
we're going to the next thing, it's there, and I resize it for all of that. And Nick, I
have
never
the power to mute them too, so I'm going to continue.
I never use
the
transition during the show.
Muting them both. I've done it now. I'm going to be in trouble for doing that. Jesse's going to wreak havoc on me. Quick friendly reminder, and I wanted to ask everybody a couple of things. XboxEra.com. We've had loads of new stuff. Go give it a click. We've got stuff coming next week. We had our article that I did, which is about the whole rumors and talking about it. We also had Proven and Soul Blazers. They released a new video, kind of like a counterpoint, arguing that Microsoft have been signaling for a long time about their desire to kind of be everywhere. Xbox doesn't care about your console wars. Hey,
pissed a few people off.
Pissed a few people off, but go give it a click. It's a good read. But before we get into everything else, there's one important question, and I'm going to put a tweet out. All right, and I'm going to link to the tweet. I'm going to do it right now, and that question is really simple. At the moment, we are exploring how we can bring the celebrating 20 years of Xbox book to retail. And what we really need to do is genuinely gauge.
How many people want it?
Oh, God. Jesse is doing horrible things to my feed. We need to genuinely gauge how many people are actually interested in
the book.
Picking up the book.
Mechanico.
We have got some additional ones that we're gonna be able to put available for purchase. But after that, they're going to be all gone, right? So this comes down to whether we can partner with another company, whether we can do another run, right? And get people to be involved, all of that jazz. So
let us know with likes.
Yeah, I'm going to unmute Jesse now. Please stop making me multiple colors. So I'm going to put the tweet in the chat in a sec, but please do let us know. I'll put a poll up, spread it around, retweet it. We want to see, how much appetite is there to actually be able to get hold of this? Right, stop it. All right, just pack it in. Just you.
What's up?
Nothing. You know what's up. Just return me to normal.
You've earned what you've earned.
If it wasn't for us getting demonetized, you turn him blue and then start playing blue.
Do you know what? Like, when I was a kid, one of my mates said the lyric was, "I'm blue. If I was green, I would die."
No, if I was green, I would die. And you can make yourself hear that. You really can. It's cool. It's funny. I love that.
Anyway, I'll put that tweet out in a sec. But before we get into the news of the week, because we went on several massive tangents there, Nick, are you ready to talk about the news of the week? Are you powered up?
Yep, I've been drinking a lot. I'm almost finished because we've taken so long to get here. So
I don't have anything for control. I forgot about making that.
Oh my God. Anyway, the logo's there underneath our logo. So before I finish this, it's almost at the end. Make sure you've got a couple of minutes to go to drinkcontrol.com/XboxEra and use our code XboxEra for 10% off. Oh yeah, the website coming up's cool.
There you go.
Because then people get to see it. Look how nice. Look at that. Look how nice that cookies and cream looks. Oh boy, I haven't tried that one yet. I need to try it. You know what I have got here? Apple Smacks. Once I've run out of the Fruity Flakes, I'm going to try the Apple Smacks. I haven't tried the Apple Smacks
cookies.
before.
They sent me a cookie. It was good.
Yeah. Protein meal bars, the shakes with these great shakers. So good. It's good that we can show the site, though. We should probably do that more.
There you go. It's an easy way of solving it.
And Nick, by the way, I never once ever use a transition during the show. It was always move. So you're a fucking idiot. Let's go. Next topic.
My brother's got that strawberry one. He showed me the strawberry one. I want to try it. It seems nice. It's up. Like the banana. It's further up.
Strawberries and cream.
I need to try that too.
Cookies and cream, incredible.
So there's Apple Smacks just there. I've got an Apple Smacks waiting for me. And there it is. There's that strawberry one. Strawberries and cream. Oh boy.
Can I get your bro to send me some stuff? Like, come on, can we?
I haven't got anything lately.
I want to try it.
I'll talk to Alex. To Alex.
Have a chat with Alex.
Alex is who sends it to Jesse.
Yeah, well, come on, show me some love. I want to try some control. I want to see if I'm on board with this.
Alex. So good.
But yeah. It's also a good time because I've just seen it in the chat. Please do hit that like button. It really does help us out. The algorithm demands it. Anyways, let's get into the news. Let's get into the news of the week. To start things off, 2024, or rather, to quote last week's episode, 2023 Part 2, both Unity and Twitch firing a bunch of people. Happy New Year. 1,800 jobs, which is 25% of Unity, are being let go in a company reset.
Funny how that came not long after they went back on their whole scam thing that they were doing, where they were going to charge everyone for installs as a way to like make a ton of money. And then all of a sudden, after they pulled that back, well,
Riccatello
got to sack people.
He did exactly what the board wanted him to
money.
Do. He was brought in to get them a bunch of short-term money, and then the moment he was done, he leaves. He gets a bunch of money. They all have their money. They cut a bunch of other people to make up for all the money that they just made by,
because numbers go. Brrr.
And for Twitch, it's because Twitch has never made money, which I know is always weird for people because you think.
Yeah,
Twitch
I
is
find
huge.
that baffling.
It's
not about Twitch
There's
being
too many
huge.
people. There's too many people that stream to like 3 people and aren't making them ad money, but they've got to pay for all that shit, which is why their big thing that I didn't put in here, but the big thing Twitch is going to be doing is partnering with NVIDIA to have it so your graphics card has to do all the encoding work so you can actually send the video feed, so it ends up being a lot less intensive on their side, because you know how like YouTube, you can send a 4K video and they'll re-encode it real time down to all those other things. But with Twitch now, it's literally going to all be your GPU doing
So
that
how
work.
does YouTube make money then?
Don't know that they do.
I think they probably take quite a cut out of advertising revenue.
And they
There's
are
a
just
lot of video
overall
ads.
bigger than Twitch. Twitch still has the gamer and the hot tub stigma.
But Twitch is owned by Amazon.
But Twitch cannot use... So the way Twitch is set up, they can't use Amazon servers. They have to pay for Amazon servers. It would be a monopoly in streaming if they were able to just use it. Like that was the thing. Like even Mixer could
Is that
just
why?
use
Is
it.
that
It
why
has to be part of your
Microsoft?
budget.
Yeah, is that why Microsoft companies pay each other? Like units within Microsoft
Yeah,
give
'cause
each
it
other,
would be
bill each
It
other.
would be monopolistic otherwise if you just give it away for free to yourself, but everyone else has to pay. It's a fairness thing.
Doesn't make any
in
sense.
business.
That doesn't make any sense. It's you. You're doing it for yourself. So of course, like
It makes a lot of
Business,
sense.
yo.
that's so stupid.
But yeah, so 25% of Unity, 35% of Twitch.
Would Amazon sell Twitch to Microsoft?
Yeah, and they can
Could
bring
you
back
imagine?
Mixer.
Could you imagine if Microsoft
Oh.
just buys Twitch? Oh my god, that'd be so funny.
Yeah.
But would Amazon ever sell it? Because I
It's a
feel
very
like
unique-
Microsoft. What?
It's a very unique, outside of ones that have started and failed, like Mixer. I think you've got Kick now floating around
Yes.
somewhere.
You
in
got
the background.
joystick.tv if you want to show your dingus or your boobs while you play.
Dingus!
That's-
I'm there.
And
No,
yes,
isn't that what
if-
Kick does?
no, Kick doesn't do nudity. Kick is just more Wild West where people are doing coke and other stuff. And
Lots of
gambling
gambling
nonstop.
as well. You can do.
There's a
Joystick
lot
is-
of nudity on
there's not-
Kick.
I mean full on porn on joystick. Like, and yes, I have grabbed the Kick XboxEra and I have grabbed the joystick XboxEra,
Just,
never to use them,
just,
just so that somebody else couldn't.
let me just
If you're wondering
check
why
this for
you can see
research.
us on each.
Just check this for research.
checking for dingus research.
Oh wow, look at that. Jesse's right.
Yeah, no, it's like Chatterbait, but it's focused on video games. You know.
Yeah, look at that. Holy crap.
Oh,
That's
man.
full on.
I definitely can't show that website.
I'm not going to share my screen or anything, but still.
I know with the more bottom screen focus on this, I just definitely can't show that one.
And yet they call it joystick.tv.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see what they're doing with that logo. They think people won't notice that.
I bet you.
It's a dingus.
No, it's not. I can see what they're doing with that logo. What's that got to do with video games and a joystick? Yeah, we'll see if people figure out what that logo is for Joystick TV. That logo is telling you what they're really doing. And it has nothing to do with video games or joysticks.
What do you I saw a woman with a sexual device that was just watching Yakuza cutscenes. Very video game focused.
All right, let's move on. I
don't know. I feel like if Microsoft bought Twitch, they'd be able to do more with it. Like that thing they had always wanted to do with Mixer, where you just pick up your game, xCloud streamed game straight through there, or buy it from there. Or I feel like Microsoft could put Twitch to work a bit better for them. Even if it doesn't make money per se, it could do more work for Xbox than it does for Amazon
you think
right
about the kind of experiences that Microsoft developed with Mixer in mind, like where chat could influence what happens and things like that. You'd think you'd see stuff like that coming out of Amazon Game Studios, you know?
No, Amazon Game Studios kind of gave up.
Yeah. Well,
I was about to say, are they still even doing anything? Are Amazon Game Studios actually still making games?
They've got New World on PC, and I think that's about it.
That's years old. That's now years old. But what else do they do? Anything? I don't think they do anything at all.
Helix, and then pretty much close them down.
Oh my god, I still can't believe that happened. I will never not be annoyed that happened. That Double Helix, this studio that was just about to skyrocket into the upper echelon of devs, thanks to Strider and Killer Instinct, and then Amazon buys them and just does nothing with them. That will never not piss me off.
Shame. It's a shame. What else? Capcom have done a stupid thing by adding Enigma DRM to really old games that have been out for ages.
It came after
modding them.
You know, the I joked about it, and then people were like, yeah, that probably is kind of why it happened, is when there was that fighting game tournament and Chun-Li Nude mod was accidentally left on by one of the people running it. And so Chun-Li
I saw that.
Completely naked. And at that point, Capcom started talking a lot about how much they do not like mods. So this is mostly to stop mods from working. And it's also breaking a lot of their old games on Steam Deck with Proton, whatever the hell they call it. So, yes, it's also like a really weird one Russian guy made DRM. It is a shitty thing to do all around.
I've seen that video of that guy with a naked Chun-Li.
Think I could play that?
Funny.
I probably couldn't play that.
It takes them a while to realize that's actually happening, or at least it takes them a while to acknowledge that it's actually happening. It's
I'm gonna have to go
funny.
Google this clip.
It's so funny. It's a high quality mod too.
Oh wow!
It's quite a high.
It's one of the biggest things. Capcom games are heavily Rule 34.
Oh, I've seen the Resident Evil 2 remake ones. Man, those Resident Evil 2 remake ones where it's just like they're wearing nothing, like G-string and a bra, or
the Street Fighter 6 ones have been crazy overall.
I haven't seen all of them. I've seen so many Resident Evil 2 remake ones. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie, they look pretty good. Like they're pretty decent, but seriously, like far out, man. What these guys do, I can understand why the publishers get a bit funny about it.
Yeah,
I can understand it. Is Jesse playing one? Is he? No, he's not.
No. I joke. I'm not going to actually.
And banned. It's not worth the risk, people.
We can do it on YouTube. We just lose. We lose all monetization. That's the thing.
We can't have that. Okay. Think of the kids.
All I've been watching is a Storm video. You didn't want to scroll down to avoid that Storm video?
No, the Storm video is fun.
Okay.
It's just a bunch of text. I did scroll down to all the text. I couldn't on the Bloomberg one. They want money.
Okay. So yes.
Okay,
Capcom
I've just seen the mod clip.
Yeah. It's so funny.
At
Like,
that
it
point,
takes
you're
them a
like,
while.
I get why Capcom's annoyed. I get it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I get it. I understand.
It also speaks to fucking hell. The thirsty nerds in their
But
basements.
don't forget,
like, I'm gonna code this.
I've always told you guys, when I play Fortnite, I use Chun-Li. I always use Chun-Li when I play Fortnite for obvious reasons. Now, Pornhub released their search results. Guess what the number one search results were? Chun-Li, Fortnite.
Wow.
There's a reason for it. No matter how many skins I buy, I keep just going back to Chun-Li because she's nice to look at from behind while you're playing Fortnite.
Honestly.
Can I open
We're
this
just
Nexus
ordinary
one
men.
for the...
We're just ordinary men.
We're just innocent men. We're just normal men. What do you mean, normal men?
We're just normal, innocent men.
We're just normal men. What do you mean, normal men? We're just innocent men.
That fucking clip, just every time. It's just watching it go...
My wife is like, "What's so funny about this?" I'm like, I don't know how to explain it.
It's so good.
We're just normal men. We're just innocent men.
Anyway,
Chun-Li. Anyway, Chun-Li.
Yeah,
Chun-Li's hot.
MSI had the Claw leak last week. This week it has been fully revealed, and
it's a beast.
It's monstrous.
Yep.
We're going to try and get hold of some.
Yeah.
To kind of
I want to try and get one.
with.
It is, I reached out to MSI. They probably will not reply, but I did reach out to MSI Australia.
Worth
to
a
try
shot.
And get one.
Worth a shot.
Because this thing looks like a monster.
Yeah.
They've put a beefy battery in it.
Yep, 53 watt, I think.
It's
what,
four,
hours or
yeah,
something?
it's 4 more than the Go that I got back there. It's like 10 more than the Roger Ally. The biggest thing is going to be the drivers because it's
Roger
their
Ally.
own...
You should call it the Roger Ally.
Yeah,
Roger.
That's what most people call it as a joke.
Really?
The drivers for the Intel stuff are new. So NVIDIA's always had the biggest advantage because they've been going so long. Their drivers are super mature and they just kind of work with everything new and old. AMD's been catching up. They used to really suck ass. Now they're pretty good. But Intel, they're only a couple years into this, like Alchemist and stuff, and it was really bad at the start with anything old. So I'm very curious. I know it's gotten a lot better. How are these ones going to be? Because now this is also something different than just the desktop variety.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what performance is actually like.
Oh, wow. And this really looks like an ROG Ally. Really looks like
it does. It looks like a bigger version. It's just a slightly bigger version.
In black.
Yeah. But man, that's the one I'd be interested in. It looks so good.
The Legion Go still has
that Intel gives me a bit of like doubt, I think. Like because Intel are not the Arc GPU is just a bit, it's an unknown, right? So you think about it from a game development point of view, AMD's drivers are prioritized, NVIDIA's drivers are prioritized. Are they going to be able to go in and make every game work to the best of its ability? Maybe not. A little bit concerned there.
The IO on the Legion Go is so ridiculously good. It's got 240 gigabit per second USB-Cs, one on the top, one on the bottom. So if you're looking at a also desktop replacement at all out of this, like this is just going to be, instead of a laptop, I'm getting this, I would definitely go the Go. It's got the touchpad, which works really well, and you can get so much shit plugged into that. But for straight up gaming, this might be the strongest because when this can go up to 45 watts on the TDP, just 10 more than the Go when it's plugged in. I think it's 35 off, 45 on if memory serves, and smaller screen.
I'm intrigued.
Too. I'm kind of blind, so bigger screen help.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. We'll see how it shakes out. But it's cool seeing all of these kind of Steam Deck competitors come out, right? So I'm all for it.
Wi-Fi 7 is ridiculous. It is
That's cool.
a legitimate jump to go to like freaking 3 to 4 gigabit.
You'd need a Wi-Fi 7 router to
Yes.
take advantage of that. So,
Router.
Root me, daddy.
Router.
Router.
Okay. I mean,
We've gotten into
You
what
sound
root
like,
means
you
for
sound like the
Australians
Americans
before.
over there, bro.
that will never not sound odd. But yeah.
Routers. Routers.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. MSI Claw. Let's see. Make me a handheld Xbox, for goodness sake. Now this one's a fun one. This is some fun news. IGN are at it again. Here we go. I'm looking forward to this one being on display, and I love that the community noted this headline. IGN did a post earlier for their next gen console watch. Isn't it current gen console watch? Shouldn't they rename the show?
Yeah, you would think so.
CGCW. Anyway, the headline for the tweet was Xbox finally has some first party games coming this year. It surprisingly looks more promising than the PS5's 2024 offerings. What a headline. Like, first of all, finally has some first party games coming this year. Hey, IGN, Xbox released more first party games last year than PlayStation. Just letting you know.
And 2021.
Actually, I think nearly most years this gen they have, except for 2022.
Yeah,
2022 it was only 3 and they were smaller. So like
So
PlayStation had 3, but they were huge. So
But even in 2020, I think they had more, didn't they?
I don't think they
Don't know.
early. So 2020, the difference in 2020 is Xbox just did them throughout the year, and PlayStation pretty much held off for launch to get their couple out for the most part, if memory serves.
But
yeah.
Oh, I know. You're talking logically, and this has just always been the stupid bullshit people pretend is reality.
Oh, sorry, no. 2021 was the first full year of next gen because they came out in November.
Yeah.
So sorry.
And that was like
so
Returnal and Ratchet and Clank versus.
There was
like
Returnal
Halo
and Ratchet.
Yeah. There wasn't a lot.
Didn't Xbox actually
There
release
hasn't
more
been
in
a lot
2021?
on PlayStation 5, which is why this shit always drives me crazy. It's like there actually hasn't been more. They've been roughly similar. The ones that keep putting out games are Nintendo. But Xbox and PlayStation have pretty much been neck and neck in the number of things. And last year, Xbox technically published 10 games. So it's like, what are you fucking talking about?
yeah. But anyway, the Twitter community, the X community called people out, and there's actually a context note added, which is a feature of that platform that says in 2023, Xbox released Hi-Fi Rush, Redfall, Minecraft Legends, Forza Motorsport, Starfield, and updates for all of their live service games.
And it surprisingly looks more promising than 2024's offerings. It looks more promising than 0.
Yeah, 0 offerings.
2.
Well, Stellar Blade and...
If you consider the
Money
second party...
Money Hat, and then Helldivers.
Yeah.
Rise of Ronin, Stellar Blade they saved because that one was going to get canceled. Helldivers is second party. So first party is MLB The Show. And
why did I think Helldivers was first party? I thought it was made by.
I think they fully own it. Like they own the IP on that one, so it's more in the Returnal category before they bought Housemarque.
And is Rise of Ronin kind of like a Titanfall-ish situation?
Yeah, I think it's their IP from Team Ninja, just like Neo was. So they're publishing it as their IP, and Team Ninja's making it, like with Neo.
Yeah, and let's just say, even Xbox staffers were like rolling their eyes at this tweet, and I'm not gonna point out the tweet. Right, let's not show the tweet.
Oh
no, I just don't want to get him in trouble. Right, he does. Oh, okay. One of the studio operations leads.
This is that thing about IGN having a voice. So when IGN has a voice, right, they're arguably the biggest voice in gaming. You're gonna cop it back on the way back when you do this sort of stuff. Like that's the give and the take of the whole situation. Like, this is the stuff that breeds the Xbox tax conspiracy. This is the stuff that breeds all of that. So they need to stop doing it. And tweets like, here's God of War on PS4. Here it is on Xbox, black screen. That's the stuff that breeds it. So just don't do it. Just don't do it.
But the thing is, look, and I have to tell everybody this, and you need to, like, people that live on Twitter to do this shit, all the Xbox fanboys right out there, and look, I don't call you that in a disparaging way, but you know who you are. Ignore it. The reason they do it is for engagement and to get this little tweet war going between all of you. That's the whole point. But yeah, one of the Xbox Studio operations guys tweeted surprisingly, and then a little melty face emoji. It's just like, what the fuck is going on, IGN?
Well, don't forget, because Redfall was a bad game and Starfield was mixed. Reviews. Ghost of Tsushima at 83, greatest game ever.
Death Stranding was the Game of the Year nominee at 81. But also, like, the thing that kills me with PlayStation, with Starfield, and we'll get into more Starfield stuff, is that it was like 87 for a long time until all the people they didn't give early review codes came in and gave it 4s, and it fell down hard.
Yeah.
But also, I'm just scrolling through. This is the engagement. This is why they do it, and people all fall for it.
It's horrific, right?
We're falling for it. We're giving them attention.
Yeah, we are. We're doing it as well.
I couldn't help it.
It is hilarious though. But once you know this is happening, just don't engage with it.
Shouldn't need to do that. They're IGN. Like, I don't know, man.
Gotta get super chat.
I don't know. You'd think IGN wouldn't have to do that. You'd think.
We do.
I understand some other websites doing it, but IGN? Rafik 145. IGN just taxed Xbox in force. Yeah, I mean, surprisingly. You know what this means now, don't you? You know what this means. If that's how IGN is starting 2024, you know what this means, don't you? Indiana Jones, most important game. Hellblade 2, most important game.
Hellblade 2 is the most important one this year.
These have got to save Xbox, these games, and then when they get 81 or 78, or why couldn't this game save Xbox? Oh no. Why was it an 89 mixed reviews?
It's such a shame that the level of discourse that can exist now. Like, I am perfectly capable, and I would argue that the majority of the Xbox community watching are perfectly capable. You two are perfectly capable. The whole team is, to say that game's not for me and just move the fuck on with their lives.
Move on. Just move on. Every time you guys bring up Starfield, I'm like, oh my God, stop talking about Starfield. Like, I didn't play it. I wasn't interested.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I got to admire you for that, right? Like, do you remember the days, and this is going back before digital, before like how accessible everything was, but you'd get a bit of FOMO for new releases if you hadn't had one in a while, and like your mates would be raving, and you in the back of your mind, you knew that game wasn't for you. But you okay,
bought it anyway,
and then wasted your time, right? And you didn't like it. Like now, I can choose what to engage with. I don't have to engage with everything.
No,
and it just blows my mind that everything has to be for everyone. I can rant.
Like, why are people still talking about Starfield?
Because people react to it.
Like, it came out in August. Just move on, man.
Move on with your life.
Well, no, the thing is, it is surprising to people that it is so popular and that it has so much playtime, and it already has like 12,000 mods made for it before the creation kit's even out. And as we're about to get into, there's
in
much
fact,
more.
Yeah, 2023 Starfield did rather well. A recent report came out from Video Game Insights, and it's hilarious that they put this on the fucking slide.
I don't get this.
Number 1, Baldur's Gate 3. Number 2, Hogwarts Legacy. Huge top-selling RPG games. Number 3, Starfield managed to make it to top 3 despite being heavily cannibalized by a day one Xbox Game Pass release and underwhelming launch reception.
You can't talk positively about this game without also making sure you shit on it so people don't yell at you, is what it always feels like. It's like I've never seen something like that before.
It's insane to me. Who puts that caveat on the slide? Like, I can understand saying,
a guy who has a PS5 and is pissed off he couldn't get Starfield.
Well, I understand putting it on and saying, this is interesting because this was a subscription release and yet it's still made number 3 in money made. That's an interesting point to talk about. For underwhelming launch reception? 83 meta? 87 meta on launch.
We've got a super chat from Senor Bean.
Senor Bean?
Don't fret. A wise surgeon once said, "It's not console wars, it's console passion." A wise surgeon. I wonder if he's referring to that gentleman who was in the operating room and doxed his patient.
Wow. Yeah.
For console wars.
Oh man, it's mind blowing. But yeah, like it is an interesting point, isn't it? Like people are surprised that Starfield made $235 million in revenue on Steam, gross revenue, despite being in a massive subscription service.
But maybe it would have been number one if it wasn't for Game Pass.
It shows that Microsoft's Game Pass is not sustainable. Okay.
You never know.
I think.
What would it have been if it wasn't for Game Pass? What would it have been?
Yeah, would it have been number one?
Cost themselves number one spot. Self-own. Self-own.
You suck, Microsoft. Quit now.
Self-own. Man.
But yeah, that is bonkers to me. Like, what a slide. Speaking of Phil, though, we do have to pause for a moment and wish Phil a belated happy birthday. I don't think he posted in his birthday thread this year on
didn't.
The
I bumped
XboxEra
it.
forum.
I did bump
saw it got
yes.
bumped. He's posted there a couple of times to say, you know, happy birthday. And there's an interesting super chat on that last slide from Cypher
Yes, a
Type
member.
1.
A member. I don't know. These aren't super chats. What are they? They're member.
Oh, it's a member supporter.
Renewal. When he renewed, you get to send a message saying, "I've renewed."
He's saying, "Where's the disclaimer stating Baldur's Gate 3 was in paid early access for 3 years?" I never understood that. That's the other thing. Did it become eligible for Game of the Year in 2023 because that's when it became 1.0, I guess?
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, it was being sold in early access for 3 years. So what are they saying? I'm very curious. Is that 657 million just
That was this year? Yeah.
This year. I mean, that's still pretty badass.
Oh, no, it's
like,
been a massive
studios.
Yes.
Of course it is.
But you also know that, like, and I think you saw it in some of the more thorough reviews, they were like Act 1, where they've had all of the feedback and they've refined it. Act 2, some of the feedback and they've done what they can. Act 3, a complete shambles. And you don't see a lot of that in many of the reviews that came out. I don't know. It was funny that the PlayStation ones, when they rolled out, none of them mentioned any of the issues or performance concerns in Act 3, really.
No? Really?
I don't think so.
Did they get
or
to
maybe
Act 3?
Probably not.
That's an interesting question, Nick. Did they get to Act 3 on that absolutely massive game?
Don't know. Wonder if they did.
Anyway.
But I wonder if they did.
Well, when you had the review code mostly came in 3 to 5 days before PC launch, and then people had the reviews out pretty quickly. In a game that's easily 100 to 150 hours, so don't know. I know I'm sure some did, but I just highly doubt that most did, which is why we never have ever really heard much about how much that game struggles with bugs and performance and has needed so many big, well done patches because it's just really messed. It's the same thing that happened. The same thing happened with Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2. But still 90s in the middle.
Although we've heard plenty about the problems it had on Xbox, though, Baldur's Gate. Funny that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anytime there was a bug on Xbox,
problem.
we seem to hear about it. I wonder why.
Well, do you know what? The poll that I put out for the XboxEra book, are you interested? It's only been up for what, like 20 minutes, half hour maybe? 81.9% of 188 respondents have said, yes, I need it. That's a pretty good, solid metric. I'm pleased so far. Let's see what the result of that is in a few days. Maybe I'll share that poll somewhere. I'll share that with someone.
You can't say that in public.
What?
That you're going to share your poll.
Giggity. Anytime, Jesse. Okay.
I'm just seeing Tom Warren in the Discord being a smartass about that IGN tweet.
Yeah. What's he doing in the? Oh, we can't
that
say
community note, and he's got a teary face emoji.
Oh, dear. Hilarious. Anyway, also speaking of Starfield and Xbox games in general, Starfield and what was it? Starfield Hi-Fi Rush
Forza. Those
all
are the Xbox
nominated
ones.
for DICE Awards for
Okay.
outstanding stuff. So I think Hi-Fi Rush was nominated for the outstanding achievement in animation. It should absolutely earn that because
has to win that.
it is like a pure, brilliant Saturday morning cartoon.
So it
Yeah,
looks
it's
like
gorgeous.
a cartoon.
And outstanding achievement in audio design, which I agree also it should probably win that. And action game of the year, which I think that's a fair shout. It was really
It is
good.
an action game.
Yep. Starfield was nominated for outstanding achievement in art direction. I do think Starfield looks beautiful. The texture work is absolutely stellar. I think it's a gorgeous looking game. People could use a little work every now and then, but it's a big RPG, so I'm not like meh. And they also got nominated for role playing game of the year. It's probably not going to win that one.
Cocoon,
Forza
by the way.
Motorsport.
Cocoon was in game of the year. You're going to be very excited.
Yeah, good. Cocoon is brilliant. It was my game of the year, so well deserved. Forza Motorsport coming in with the nice, easy racing game of the year award. Might win that.
I bet you F-Zero 99.
There was no other racing games.
They put F-Zero 99 in there, and I bet you that one wins.
Oh, okay.
Surely not.
I know. No, I would not myself, but yes, I bet you
I've
it does.
played F-Zero 99, man. I'm just like... I mean, I see why some people are excited for this, but this does nothing for me. If it had been F-Zero GX 99, then we'd be talking. But the Super Nintendo one? Really?
Do we think that Spider-Man with, I think it's 9 nominations, do you think it wins now? Because it had, what, like 6 or 8 or something at the Game Awards and didn't get it, and they've never gotten a win at the Game Awards, but I
think that would be funny. I actually think that would be funny if it won something at DICE, which is the more real award, and like nothing at the Game Awards. That would have been pretty funny.
Fair.
But yeah. It'll probably win like a BAFTA. Does Insomniac have staff in the UK?
Leave Spider-Man 2 alone. All right, come on. They've had a rough old time.
It'll probably win. That's what I'm saying though. It'll probably win something at DICE. That's the irony of it. Like DICE is a more serious award, and it'll probably win something at DICE. But at the award that was like virtually built for Spider-Man to win an award, and it didn't win an award. And those awards exist to give Spider-Man awards, and yet it did get awards.
Bummer.
Oh well.
Yeah, what else? What else have we got? The OG Xbox S controller from the original Xbox era is coming from Hyperkin for new consoles.
You're welcome, everyone.
So many memories of this pad in particular. Like this was.
Are you shaking your head?
I would never.
You always use the Duke?
No. Well, yes, my hands are huge, so I would always use the Duke. But just looking at this now, I could not. The black and white buttons are so dumb. I could not go back.
Oh yeah, I know. That's
those.
silly.
Yeah, that is pure nostalgia. Yeah. Like I like it's nice to look at, but I would never play with one.
At the time, though, it was the best controller going around at the time.
Yeah,
but the competition was Dreamcast controller, PS DualShock 2, which has always been a terrible controller. Don't buy into the people now that are since the DualSense and DualShock 4 have come along. Oh yeah, the DualShock 2 and 3 sucked. No. You weren't saying that shit back then when we all were. That the DualShock sucked. The DualShock always sucked from day one. So its competition wasn't much, although the GameCube controller gets a bad rap. The GameCube controller is actually a very, very comfortable
I never
controller that
minded
melts into your hands.
The Duke, but that's because like this is a Pixel 7. Like this is the size of my hand. I have incredibly big hands. So the Duke was perfect for me because my hands are gigantic.
Hated the Duke.
I
brought it back, but I hated it. And see now, because we brought back the Duke, now they were inspired to do the S. So you're welcome, everyone. Seamus and I appreciate all your love and support.
And the mean bullying that you had to endure at his hands. What else? Minecraft Legends, which I reviewed last year. I think I gave it something like a 7.
6.5, I thought.
Did I give it 6.5? That sounds fair. Yeah, that sounds fair. Something like that. it's ending its support. This is the last update it's going to have. So it's the end of the road for more stuff. But it's not going away. It'll still be playable. It will still be all the online will still work. But yeah, I think it's never managed to capture a big audience. I mean, it was a unique experiment, but RTS it's a tricky genre, and it was probably not deep enough for big RTS fans and not Minecrafty enough for Minecraft fans.
They focused, so the campaign was the tutorial for PvP essentially instead of being the focus. I think if they could go back and make this big repeatable campaign, it would have probably done a lot better, because Minecraft Dungeons did incredibly well because it was just you could just play it for so freaking long. There was a lot to it. It was baby's first. Too. Yeah, it was baby's first Diablo until you got like.
But it wasn't
halfway
baby's first.
It
was harder than Diablo.
Hard.
I was saying it was baby's first Diablo to start, and then you got about halfway through, and it just ramped up like crazy, and people still loved it.
I was dying at the start.
Yeah, but you play everything on easy.
I still haven't. Bullshit. I still haven't died once in Diablo 3. I have not died one time in Diablo 3.
Yeah, because you've never gotten to the actual hard part. Like Diablo 3 is super easy until you're like Nightmare 4 or 5 or whatever. Like it was built to power ramp you really slowly in Diablo 3. Minecraft, they just said fuck it, and halfway through they just went from tough to goddamn impossible if you didn't level up.
So hard, that game. I was shocked. I'm like, this is Minecraft. This is aimed at children, and you're making it
Minecraft.
Hard.
It's
like,
regular Minecraft is balls hard. Survival mode in Minecraft is not easy. That's what they're used to.
Jesus.
Yeah, lots of people play on creator mode, but yeah, there you go.
SMITE 2 just got announced. Did you see that?
Did it?
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Oh wow.
SMITE 2
still going. SMITE enough to garner a sequel.
Yeah,
that
UE5
icon
sequel.
in my games and apps list keeps changing and updating for all the events and all. Mate, wow. SMITE, I assume does really, really well.
Jeez,
they've never put Jesus or Muhammad.
I just watched
in
the
there.
trailer.
I don't think they will.
Why would they?
It's a little game about playing as gods. You play as every other god. They just never put Jesus or Muhammad in there.
They're not going to put Jesus or Muhammad.
Cowards.
Are you serious?
Cowards.
Man, that would cause an international incident if they did something.
Yeah, I know. Like, if they're going to do that, any publicity is good publicity.
Like,
Jesus and he's
a newspaper building had a bomb threat for doing a cartoon. Like, I don't think they're going to make a video game character of religious icons. Like,
yeah,
risky maneuver.
But this game is entirely made up of actual real life, like mythical gods.
Yeah, but they haven't.
I know, but
they're not modern day.
They're going to stay away from the ones that.
I don't want to talk about this. Religion scares me.
What if they got
field?
They're going to stay away from the ones that people are a little more passionate about.
Can they bring in the Scientology guy? He's dead. Bring him in.
Yeah, have him. No, he's not dead.
I don't think they're going to have too many Greek people getting all up in arms about how Zeus is portrayed in a god video game. Let's just say that much.
Yeah, fair.
Like,
oh man,
we all watched hilariously as Russell Crowe invoked his Melbourne upbringing.
That was funny as fuck.
In Love and Thunder, and also in Pope's Exorcist.
Yeah, I watched Pope's Exorcist. It was like, what is Russell Crowe doing?
If you're so good, just possess the pig. Possess the pig. I'm like, what is happening right now?
But if you could have L. Ron Hubbard in his full like captain's outfit, he'd be, you could throw his Xenu like friggin' they got have volcano powers.
All right, enough of that.
So fun.
Let's talk about something Xboxy. Let's talk about Xboxy and TV. Halo 2 season.
Halo season
trailer.
2.
That's the one.
Halo
Sorry, it's written here on the thingy, Halo Infinite Season 2, and I'm like, no, that's not what it is. And my brain tried to correct it.
I had a different,
fumbled.
I had a different thing there, and I forgot to delete the Infinite.
Halo, the TV show, Season 2 trailer.
We did discuss this trailer 24 hours ago on our Patreon exclusive movie podcast, Sick and Nick's Flicks.
Whoa, wait a minute. Patreon exclusive. Nick, what's that?
I'm trying to get the thumbs up to work.
Yeah, but I want you to like riff
It's
off
not
of me and
working.
talk about the Patreon.
Yeah, so we have our Patreon, XboxEra's Patreon, and for our patrons, we have an exclusive. We'll try and do more, but we're very time limited at the moment. We do a movie podcast. We try and do it once a month, where we pick a couple of movies and stuff. And sometimes we also have tangents, like yesterday's episode, where we spent 4 minutes talking about Rebel Moon, but talked about Star Wars for about 15 minutes in the end. I was doing the timestamps, and we talked more about Star Wars than we did Rebel Moon.
Yeah, that was funny as hell.
And then we talked about Jacob's Ladder, and then we discussed the Halo Season 2 trailer fairly in depth. That might have actually been the longest segment in the
I would love to show it down here, but Paramount's extremely block you out of nowhere if you show anything, so I can't.
But let's try and maybe pick some of the best bits of the discussion we had yesterday. But hey, if you want the full discussion and you want to have the added benefit of being a cool kid, being in the exclusive elite super club of awesome people, supporting us so that we can do even bigger and better things this year, head to patreon.com/XboxEra because you can make our dreams come true. Just see what Jesse's doing.
But yes, Halo Season 2 looks very, very good. Looks very, very good, that trailer. But my concerns that I shared yesterday on Sick and Nick's Flicks were that the hope that they're not bait and switching us and just showing us the best bits from Season 2 in this one awesome trailer. Because some trailer cutters, some trailer editors are very, very, very good at their job. Case in point, A Creature Was Stirring. If you go and watch the trailer for a movie called The Creature Was Stirring, it's a horror film, you watch this trailer and you're like, ooh, this looks pretty good. And then you watch the movie and it is not quite reflective of the same quality level of the trailer. Let's just say that much. Yeah. I'm like, this dude needs to get more jobs in Hollywood because he is unbelievable at his job. I said he or she, whoever it is. But man, and I hope the Halo Season 2 trailer is not the same thing where they've just made a really great trailer for a season that's not that good. Because the trailer looks great.
Yeah, it really does. I think, I do go into this in depth and I'll try not to rant this time. Lots of people have different opinions, right? My opinion still to this point in time is Halo is a very important IP to a large number of people, right? Including me. It's what got me into this platform. And I actually, to the point, after our conversation yesterday, I was in Waterstones, which is a bookshop here in the UK. I picked up a copy of The Fall of Reach again because I'd lost my original. And what bugs me about what they've done with the TV show is ever since Landfall with Blomkamp, right? People have been clamoring. Please give us, like, when the rumors of them working with Peter Jackson and Weta and making all these cool props and the Warthog, like, please give us a really good Halo like movie or whatever. And The Fall of Reach, its structure, the lore of it, the darkness, the grittiness of it would have been a perfect piece of media to translate to a TV show, right? It would have ticked all the boxes of being mature and gritty and and having conflict and yada yada yada. And instead of doing that, which is something the fans have been begging for 20 years, they chucked all of it out and went, we're going to go with an alternate timeline. Here's Silver Team and a bunch of characters that you don't know. And it just makes me cross. Now, to Jesse's point, Season 1 was impacted heavily by COVID. I think, what did you say yesterday, Jesse? It was particularly the last few episodes.
Well, you could see the difference.
The outdoor stuff.
Yeah, like you'd see the stuff they shot before it got cut off was all outdoorsy, tons of people in the scenes, all this, and then they had like a year break in production. Came back in the middle of COVID's starting up, And it's just friggin', you see it. It's indoors. It's a couple people, and if there's anything big, it was like really obvious green screen because it was just a very tale of two halves of production season.
Yeah. And this season does look, it's not got any of those restrictions. So can they course correct? They've got a new showrunner. Maybe. I hope so. I hope we see more of the original trilogy's music in some form. But yeah, like I can't get over, like I watched season 1 with my partner and she was like, yeah, this is great. What's wrong with you? I'm like, yeah, that's just my personal thoughts. We got a super chat though. Let's talk about it.
A super chat by nobody.
Oh, okay. Maybe we haven't got one.
Hey, super chat by nobody. Master Cheeks committing war crimes with females. Season 2. Let's go, boys. In all seriousness, I hope it's good, but I know I'm personally checked out. Nah, I'll watch it.
Yeah, I'll watch it too. In fact,
the trailer looks good. The trailer does look very, very good. That moment where it's all foggy and Chief's on the ground, and then you just see the elite step over him, and then the swords, and then all those other swords go. I'm like, oh, that's the cool stuff.
Seeing all the human frigates and stuff going up against Covenant's superior firepower in space. Will we see the keys loop? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, me and Kay had fun on that shoot.
We
had a lot of fun, even though we shared like no scenes together.
Yeah, I do wonder, where they're going to go with it. But I'm interested. Heads up, everybody, we are going to try and get screeners so that we can do TV show reviews, right? And we'll do like a spoiler cast afterwards. There's lots of stuff we're planning for this year. We're likely to make some of this Patreon exclusive, just a heads up, because we need this in order to survive. So yeah, bear that in mind. But yeah, Halo Season 2. Looking forward to it. Looks good.
Looks really good. I hope it's good. I hope it's just, I don't care if people complain that it's too much action. It doesn't delve into the story. I don't care. They've got to make up for Season 1, where they went too much in the other direction. So I'm fine if they just lean into all the tropes and lean into all the expected action-y moments that have been done to death. I don't care. That's what I want to see in Halo right now.
Yeah.
That moment with all the energy swords looked fantastic. Even though it was totally generic and expected and whatever, it looked awesome.
Yeah. They've got such a good universe to make cool stuff with. Like,
I know.
Please use it.
I know.
Please use it. But there you go. Hey, the biggest news of the week, though, the biggest news of the week for all Xbox fans everywhere is the Developer Direct has been announced for January 18th. It's
the
next
long rumored.
I mean, we all knew there was going to be a January Developer.
Yes, our website has too many ads.
It does have a lot of ads.
Well, if only we had more patrons, I wouldn't need to run so many ads, man. Every man's got to eat. But anyway, on the Developer Direct, interesting surprise, wasn't it? An interesting little surprise. I'm really sorry. I didn't know. Do you want to tell the story?
Yeah, I get a DM that Indy's going to be at the Direct. And I'm like, oh, can I tease Indy? I'll post the GIF of Indy. And he's like, nah, leave it as a surprise like Blade was. Don't say that Indy's going to be there. I'm like, oh, okay, can I tell the Discord that Indy's going to be there? He's like, yeah, tell the Discord Indy's going to be there. So I posted a GIF of Indy in the Discord, and everyone's like, so I had to disguise it a little bit. And I was like, oh, the Direct's about to be announced. And then I put a GIF of Indy going, trust me. And no one realized why I put an Indy GIF of trust me. Everyone was just like focusing on me saying the Direct's about to be announced. And I'm like, you people are so dumb.
Yeah. And 30 minutes earlier, I had also received via different sources that Indy was definitely going to be there. What did I do? I didn't have to go and be like, oh, can I tease this? I just straight up put an Indiana Jones emoji on Twitter.
I posted that tweet to my guy, and I'm like, I didn't tell him this. And I said to my guy, I'm like, someone's going to tease it. And then it ended up being you. I'm like, someone's going to tease this.
I'm sorry.
Like,
It was funny though,
because
because people were being like indie, and I was like, I do like indie games, and like, I was like, no, I've been playing a load of Red Dead Redemption 2, because technically it's a cowboy hat emoji, but still, it was very funny. But yes, the big surprise was not South of Midnight being in the list. It was Indiana Jones. And on that note, Ryan McCaffrey, I owe you an apology. I'm sorry. I did tweet this, and he did like the tweet. I thought you were a mental person for thinking that Indiana Jones was coming out this year, but you were right. So I will swallow my words and say I am sorry, Ryan McCaffrey. You were correct. So we've got Machine Games, Indiana Jones, first look, 10 minutes.
Does that mean it's ready for 2024?
Team hashtag Indie Q1.
Q1? Can you imagine if it was the Hi-Fi Rush Shadow Drop?
No,
it's just like
I say Q1. I think it's an April game. I think it's an April game.
I hope you enjoyed our 10-minute gameplay. Go play it now. Can you imagine? Everyone like, what do you mean?
And John will be like, I gotta go to work, and I'll be like, I'm taking a review. Sorry, John.
No, I'm reviewing this bad boy. Like, I loved Indiana Jones.
I don't know. Yes. Do you think this means it's ready for 2024?
I think this is classic Bethesda. I think, like, it was meant to come out. If you remember the leaked FTC documents, it was meant to come out 2021, 2022, something like that.
Really?
When was it? It was revealed in 2021. It was meant to come out 2022. So, yeah, like, I think this is ready. I think this is like their early spring game. So I'd love it to be Q1. It's probably not going to be. I think April or May.
Hellblade. I think Hellblade will be like April. I reckon Hellblade will be about April, and then Indie will be later in the year.
You reckon? Because like Bethesda have been they're known for this, man. They reveal their game, and then 3-4 months later. You reckon it's 6
months later? You add 6 months to January. Where do you get? You get to July.
Why not
have a game in July?
Maybe you're right.
So I think Hellblade is I reckon Hellblade will be your Q1, even though April's not technically Q1, but it'll be like start of April, I reckon. Then you have Indie, and then South of Midnight. But you wouldn't want to send South of Midnight out to die in fall, would you?
Well, this is the thing. If Hellblade is early and Indie's the mid-year game, what is their full game? What else is on the docket to be shown off? Yeah, I know Call of Duty is technically now a Microsoft full game, but as first-party platforms, they've always released a competitor around September. I mean, Forza Horizon 6 could still be a thing for this year. I mean, Jesus Christ, there's so many games.
So Avowed being there means Avowed is basically confirmed for 2024.
Yep.
What's Oxide doing?
Oxide are doing Ara History Untold. So this is
I keep forgetting about that game.
A 4X RTS, city building civilization kind of game.
Oh, okay.
But it's only on PC.
See, that's the thing. Like, it's only on PC. Okay, so that doesn't matter when that releases. Like, because we were speculating that we think, what's it called? South of Midnight is this year.
Yeah.
But you don't want to send something like South of Midnight. You don't want to send South of Midnight out to die in the fall.
Yeah.
You just don't.
But September, October is easier than against November when you've already got Call of Duty, most likely.
Yeah. And again, think back to the last Directs. And look, I need to be super clear here, folks. Microsoft are under no obligation to do another Shadow Drop, but they can still surprise you. Like, remember last time, there were only 4 games in the Dev Direct. There's 4 again. And then, boop, number 5, surprise.
Kiln was the rumor, wasn't it?
That's the rumor from Double Fine. We don't know.
I don't think they want to set the precedent.
With Indie, allegedly, with Indie, it's because it had 343 helping and
id.
Who were the other studios? There was a few studios helping
Tango,
on Indie, which made it helped speed it up. That's the rumor, allegedly.
Yeah, from middle-aged.
It's been a very middle. Yeah,
it's been
a very heavy. Lots of lots of well, no, Risket Biscuit was talking about. But yeah, there's been everyone's an insider this weekend, so lots of stuff flying around.
Yeah.
Apparently, Gears Collection's being internally play tested. I got tagged on Twitter. They're like, "Hey Nick, is this true?" I'm like, "I don't know," but
there was a podcast that had middle-aged gamer guy
people
Colt
bugging about it
that gave like 4 insider things supposedly. So who knows?
Insider.
Well, middle-aged gamer guy was on Risket's.
Oh, was he on Risket's show? There you go. Okay.
Which I will be on probably next week.
Oh, nice. I did see as well. I saw Luke Law hiding somewhere in the chat. AKA Insipid Ghost. It'd be nice to have him on one day as well. He's a really nice guy.
He asked me to be on his today. But
did you? I'm doing my show, bro.
I'm doing ours. I can't.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're going to kind of be first in the queue, huh? But yeah, like I'm super pumped. Like I look at this year, Towerborn, it's an absolute must play for me. Indie, super excited. Hellblade 2, yep, I am there. I look at some of the indies that are coming out, like Nirvana Noir, Harold Halibut.
Hopefully.
Replaced? Oh, I am eating this year.
Hey, is 2024 the year we finally get... What's that game? I'm following the devs, and I'm in a DM with them trying to get them on the one that changes perspectives, the storybook one.
Plucky Squire. Oh, God, yeah, that's another
Squire.
one that I'm absolutely dying to play.
Plucky Squire. I'm trying to get one of the devs on.
Games. I put it in the chat, but we are set. The 3 of us and Ursel are all set to co-stream this developer direct.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Links
really looking forward to it.
Super chat from Not Jack. Yo.
Yo.
Not Jack. Doesn't Not Jack usually ask Patreon questions?
Yes, maybe he did. I don't know.
Is he still a patron? I'll have to check. I'll have to.
Yeah, and we've got Flight Sim 2024. Biscatine Trisket reminding me in the chat.
And Flight Sim 2024 is the much more casual, friendly one. Yeah, because it's got all these jobs you get to go and actually do instead of just, I like to fly from this place or stare at this pretty place. Like, I can actually now go rescue people or do skydiving
look at that.
Runs and shit. Like, it
8 minutes
really
ago, new patron. Maybe all that shilling worked 8 minutes ago.
I love all of our patrons, like, so much because we can't do this stuff without them. So, like, you guys rock. We're going to be doing so much more new stuff for patrons this year. Expect maybe plenty of cool announcements on the 200th episode of the XboxEra podcast, which frighteningly is just 6 episodes away.
I know.
Yeah.
We've got so much work to do between now and then.
Why does Nick look like he has jaundice now?
I don't know. He's like, he got a new light.
Very
got a new light.
Yeah, your liver okay?
I didn't change anything. Huh?
Oh, there we go. It's what your monitor was showing.
Whatever you were browsing.
Very yellow.
Oh, you know what it was? I was taking a screenshot of something. I was taking a screenshot, and clearly that made me go yellow for some reason.
And for patrons, there's early access coming of the Xbox Game Pass, Day 1 Game Pass show. Should be up on Monday for you guys, and then live for everyone else a little later in the week.
Yeah,
that's Nick on. He played a game that's coming to Xbox Game Pass.
He did, and it wasn't Rocket League or Fortnite.
Yeah, I had played Resident Evil 2 remake.
Did you play it on Xbox or did you play it on something else? That'd be funny.
On Xbox.
Okay, it was been really funny for PlayStation.
I bought it on Xbox. It was one of the rare games I actually bought myself.
Yeah. But yeah, I want to talk a little bit about some of the stuff we're going to see at the Dev Direct, right? So we know we've got our History Untold. Now, I think I would speak for all 3 of us that we know that that's probably not a game that's for us. That's like a Sukabrut game.
Not Jack is still a patron.
To come in and review. Avowed.
Tier 2.
From Obsidian.
God, I cannot wait for Avowed. I freaking love Obsidian. I've played... Not talking to you, dipshit. Pillars of Eternity, I liked quite a bit. I need to get through that, and I think I'm going to make it, once we know when Avowed's coming, I'm going to stream Pillars 1 and 2 in the lead up to before reviewing that one, so I can get the full... Because it's that same universe
the world
from those
building.
Games. I really liked what I played at Pillars. I've just been way too busy for stuff the last few years, if you could imagine.
I wonder why.
But yeah, I'm very excited for Avowed.
I mean, I think Obsidian, they are just on fire lately. Pentiment was really loved.
And
Grounded,
this is the one that got
absolutely
them
stellar
bought.
game. Yeah, this is the pitch that was like, okay. and you know, a lot of people are saying, oh, okay, it's gonna be a Skyrim, you know, a Skyrim light. It's not gonna be maybe as big as Skyrim, but it's gonna be, you know, that fantasy setting,
It's
Pillars universe.
I think it's like how the Outer Worlds was to Fallout, like that style of shooter and stuff. That Avowed is going to be that smaller scope to the Elder Scrolls, where it's like it's still hub based. It's not this giant open world. It's more dense and focused with a very heavy RPG focus this time.
Yeah, but hopefully with minimal giant loading screens. Hey, yeah, like,
you know what kills me?
Even
you can mod, if you mod out the friggin' loading screens in Starfield, everyth's there.
I didn't say
within, like,
Starfield. I didn't say anything.
Everything is there within like a second. It's so close to not needing them. I wonder if they can ever fix that.
Yeah, well, maybe. But yeah, like Avowed looks great, and it looks like it's going to tick a lot of big RPG fans and Obsidian fans boxes, right? So already for a large segment of the population, that's a banger. Then we've got Hellblade 2. Now, I think we've discussed this a few times before. There's no doubt that this is one of the most visually mesmerizing looking games yet released this generation, right? Like everything we've seen of it, it just looks astoundingly good. The question is, what is it? What is Hellblade 2 going to be? Now, I think Nick and I are probably more along the lines of we hope it's a similar scoped, maybe, you know, a little broader, but smaller, linear scope. You know, let's get through and enjoy this world. Is it going to be bigger than that? Is it going to, you know, go for like Last of Us Part 2, Uncharted 4, God of War stretched out?
It's zero chance of that because they don't have the dev count. Like, even though they've grown quite a bit, it's still going to be focused because they are not huge. Like, they focused a ton on doing their own motion capture, which I think definitely helps keep costs down, depending on, because it's also the UK compared to the West Coast in America, which is like what ballooned Spider-Man, doing all that motion capture in very expensive areas with expensive, talented people. I think it's theirs. It's not this giant conglomerate thing. I do think that is one of the differences with a lot of Xbox is they still have their lower AAA. Not everything had to jump up to quadruple A. Massive
I'd be fine
stuff.
with the mini trip. I'd be fine with it just being a prettier version of the first game with some fleshed out combat.
Yeah, fleshed out combat, different, more variety
more
in puzzle.
Yeah.
And I'd be fine with like an 8-hour length. I would absolutely love that.
Be fine with 6.
I know, but like 8 hours is more than enough. I'm curious how it's received. I am
not long enough. Not enough crafting.
Because as we know, it's the most important Xbox game
not
now.
80 hours.
Oh, God.
So the other main character we've seen, I paused it on his face. That is one of the best faces I have ever seen in anything. That damn metahuman technology.
Yeah, I know.
I shit all over Unreal 5 all the time, but now that it's actually finally real, looks pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what that is. So we're going to get that.
I wonder if they'll give options to skip the cutscenes.
Probably. But maybe not. Maybe you'll have to sit through that one, bro. And then we've got Indiana Jones. Like they didn't save it. This is what blows my mind a little bit with how Microsoft and Xbox have done this, is they didn't save this for a surprise. Yes, it's already announced. All right.
Yeah, I found that odd too. They were just like straight up. Yep.
Straight up, like, yeah, hey, remember Indiana Jones? Yeah, we're making that. It's kind of, let's talk about it. 10 minutes of gameplay. What?
I found that odd too.
Well, that makes me think that there's a number 5 like hiding up the sleeve, not a shadow drop. But
maybe
I think
there is a shadow drop, and maybe Kiln. I know they're setting expectations. We talked about this last year.
I know.
We said, if they do another direct next January, and then they shadow drop something. They're setting expectations where every year everyone's. I understand that, but that doesn't mean Microsoft's listening to that.
Well, yeah.
What is Jesse playing? Is that Indiana Jones, the original game? He's muted.
Oh, sorry.
Hear Jesse talk.
There's nothing. There's no actual thing to show for Indiana Jones. So I'm showing the Xbox game, Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb.
Yeah.
But also, I might turn my camera off so I can have dinner because I'm starving.
Oh,
Macca's.
that's
Yeah.
Macca's.
I
did see a note in the chat saying it's amazing we've not even seen a leaked screenshot.
Yeah, I know.
Of Indiana Jones.
You guys haven't.
Yeah, you guys haven't seen it.
You guys haven't.
Nick's happily guessed everything correctly.
Although I don't think the screenshot I got was of Indy.
Well,
I don't think that was Indy. Someone sent me a screenshot a long time ago, and they were actually
very
asking
early.
me. Yes, they were actually asking me to look into whether it was Indy or not. I don't think it was. But yeah, I hope it's good. I mean, I had on a rumor mill a while back that I'd heard that it was a game that would switch between first and third person. And not much more deep, because I've seen people asking or wonder.
Yeah,
it's like, well, I had heard it was both, and it was going to switch depending on, I think, the scenario.
It's an interesting approach, right? Because you think Indiana Jones, and you immediately are going to go compare it to Tomb Raider, and on the Uncharted series. This is the OG archaeologist adventurer, right?
Yes. Thanks for the reminder, by the way, MJV in the chat. Thanks for the reminder that the name basically leaked, which is Indiana Jones. I was going to get Great Circle.
Yeah, the Great Circle. I think Bethesda even teased like an image of this 4 pieces of something coming together. So that seems to pan out. The Great Circle
has nothing to do with Indiana Jones, because if you actually look at the tweet, it's time for the ESO show. So it's Elder Scrolls related.
Okay.
Yeah, it was 4 p.m. Eastern on the tweet, not 3.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you then, Jesse, for correcting us on that.
So, it seems like a big ESO thing where we might be going and killing God, essentially.
Because I'm seeing more people talk about the camera perspective in the chat. My suspicion is that it's predominantly first person with some periodical switches to third, kind of like how Perfect Dark did.
I was actually going to use the example to play, because Perfect Dark Zero is not a great playing game.
No, I'm not talking about the.
You were about to get slothed, by the way, Nick. I know you didn't say you leaking it, but people are going to say that you. Special Nick surmises that it's going to be primarily first person. Just be ready.
Well, as an example of that being done successfully, I know you said Perfect Dark as the example. I think the better one would be, and cast your mind way, way, way back, Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay.
When does that go third?
All the time. Go watch gameplay of it. It's first person predominantly, but when he's climbing stuff, when he does ladders, certain activities, it will go into third person.
I mean, even Halo goes third sometimes.
Yeah, when you pick up like a minigun or you get in a vehicle, right? But you would have thought, because of the iconic use of the character, that the presumption probably would be that the character would be on screen at all times because people want to play as Indy. And you can start pulling in different outfits from all of the films. It makes sense to me, but at the same time, machine games are known for exceptional first-person shooter combat. So I'm intrigued as to what we're going to see. 5 days.
I never got detail on the breakdown of first versus third or the context around it. It was all just a mix of both. So what that entails, I'm not sure.
I'm excited. I'm super
not sure
hyped.
if I'm all that fussed. Like, ideally, you'd think you'd want Indy as a third-person game because it's Indiana Jones, but at the same time, I'm not going to complain about a great quality first-person game.
You watch that become a problem, mate. You watch the fact, if it's first-person, which I suspect it is, you watch that become a problem for some people.
But Mirror's Edge, both Mirror's Edge games are great.
Yeah.
And they're first person and parkour, and like I was playing Mirror's Edge Catalyst again the other day to get the online achievement before it shut down in Catalyst. It's a good game, man. Mirror's Edge Catalyst is a good game.
I loved the Mirror's Edge games. I think they were great fun.
They're good
like,
games.
but like from a first-person perspective, has the you're going to have an infinite whip that you can just. Are you going to have because Indy's a mainly a punching guy, right? So is it first-person fisticuffs?
Yeah, but the whip is his thing.
Well, it's his method of like it can be used for traversal.
That's right. We know that they could just use it as a grappling hook because, hey, if the rumor is true about 343 helping on Indy, hopefully they helped on the whip grappling because fucking Halo Infinite nails that shit.
I mean, not that the rumor is wrong. It would just massively surprise me because of what 343 are working on. But then, now maybe it isn't. Maybe it is true. I don't know. I'm analoging in my head. Yeah, Indiana Jones. I'm very, very excited to see what Machine Games show off. And we're going to get 10 minutes of footage and dev interviews talking about their vision and maybe a release date. Wouldn't that be something from these guys?
Be pretty cool.
Be very cool. I'm delighted.
When did the movie come out? The movie came out last year.
Last year. Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if they probably wanted it out with the movie.
Perhaps so. Perhaps
Surely they would have wanted it out with the movie. They need to try that with Blade. They need to try to do that with Blade. Try and get Blade out with the movie if possible.
Yeah.
And really cash in.
Blade. We got so much to look forward to, Xbox fam. It's gonna be a good few years for us. When the next Xbox is out, then we can play Blade. Maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Next Xbox launch title. So
we'll see.
Do we think, while we're still talking about the Direct, do we think there'll be a shadow drop? I know we're talking about whether they shouldn't, blah, 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 blah. Do we think there'll be one?
I think it's a dangerous thing to do.
I know.
But
everyone will expect one every single year.
But if it is a smaller in scope, like you think about Double Fine, right? Because that's the rumor, folks, right? There's this pottery type game called Kiln. There's some footage of a very, very early messing around with the idea premise build out there on YouTube somewhere. I think we showed it a couple of episodes ago. If it's a smaller scope, like something like Stacking or Iron Brigade from Double Fine, where it's more like an Xbox Live Arcade level shadow drop, I think that's less impactful. Like, all of these rumors about Hi-Fi Rush going to PS5 is because, it was actually a substantial dev effort of like 4 or 5 years. It didn't, the shadow drop, while cool for us in the inner circle of gaming, it wasn't great for the broader release of the game and the getting picked up and played, right? So with a smaller title that's more arcadey, more indie level style, like from previous Double Fine efforts, that feels more like a reasonable thing to do to delight the community, right? Because they've got to know that everyone loved that shadow drop, regardless of the end results and their happiness with the performance of Hi-Fi Rush.
Shadow drops are the best thing.
It's so cool.
Shadow drops are the best thing.
Yeah, and then we'd have to watch Jesse at like, it's 8 p.m. UK time. So what's that, like 3 in the afternoon US time? Going, I'm gonna go play a game.
Gotta set that tone. Gotta get it done.
Yeah, before anybody else, and he will.
Can't everyone have everyone hating Kiln because it's not a AAA game?
Yep. Oh man, what do you reckon?
If I'm guessing, I think there will be one.
You reckon there'll be one? All right, Nick's guessing again, folks.
No. It is a legitimate guess.
It's a legitimate guess, folks.
I haven't been told jack shit.
Allegedly.
The rumor was that Kiln was being shown, or I can't remember if the rumor was that it was being shadow dropped, or if the rumor was that it was just. I can't remember the Kiln rumor, but the fact that Kiln rumor popped up, and then we see the 4 games listed very specifically for the Direct, and Kiln's not one of them. And then you remember what happened with Hi-Fi Rush, where Hi-Fi Rush had been trademarked, and we had seen signs of Hi-Fi Rush, but heard nothing about it, and then bang, shadow dropped at the Direct. Kiln seems to be following a similar path. It's been trademarked. We have seen that very, very early gameplay that Jesse's playing right now. Then the rumor pops up that it's coming. we see the 4 games listed. I don't know. To me, it just looks like Kiln will be the Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah, I don't know where the rumor came from. I think this is detective work from the community of like, oh, we haven't heard anything from Double Fine for a while.
It came from that.
There was the gameplay of a dev build of it.
No, I know, but the rumor, where the rumor came from, it came from the name escapes me. I believe he's Portuguese, but I could be wrong.
Don't know.
Who leaks some stuff every now and again. He mentioned Kiln. Okay. So that's why I just was putting 2 and 2 together. Maybe Kiln will be the shadow drop. I don't know.
Yeah. And I've seen some conversation in the chat. I don't think there's been any official word from Microsoft with regards to Hi-Fi Rush underperforming in any capacity. But regardless of, it's cartoony, ergo it wasn't expensive to make, it took Tango Gameworks 4 to 5 years to make it, right? You release it, and it's only played by X amount of people. It didn't get a retail physical release like lots of other Xbox games does. So did they recoup their money on what they spent on that game? I'm going to probably say no.
Were they expecting to?
Well, that's the question. Those are all the questions we don't know. So the scuttlebutt is that as much as they were very pleased with the reaction from the, us lot, the broader gaming consuming public did not know about Hi-Fi Rush, right?
But how would they have? They didn't market it.
Yeah, I agree. So cool, good experiment, lessons learned. That's where this kind of rumor and stuff is bubbling up from, right? Now,
yeah, but if the rumor is it flopped on traditional metrics of sales, okay, but then how did it perform on Game Pass?
Yeah, I don't know.
It was never high in most played anywhere.
Yeah,
which is one
it was like number 33 when it debuted. So,
okay.
In a nutshell, marketing kind of maybe does work for some games, but
there's a reason everyone stopped shadow dropping at Nintendo Directs, because unless you're Nintendo, it doesn't work. It actually ends up just kind of hurting you, and even Nintendo has kind of stopped doing it. Where I don't think it helped Metroid Prime Remastered. Like that game had a lot, you just didn't hear a ton about it. It just, you need a short marketing cycle. You need at least a month, mostly 1 to 3 months, I think, is where people have realized,
that was Nintendo trying to screw over Jeff Grubb. That was Nintendo trying to screw over Jeff Grubb. They're idiots like that. Yeah. That was 100% Nintendo trying to screw over Jeff Grubb.
How 100%, dare they?
To their own detriment. Why would you do that? Okay, Jeff leaked that it was coming. Okay, big deal. Get over it.
Yeah.
Just calm down. It's okay.
But yeah, I think if shadow drops are on the cards, I think smaller scoped, and I hate using the moniker, but Xbox Live Arcade-esque games, like smaller in ambition, more, little experiments.
There's got to be a name. There's got to be a name we can come up with that we can coin for smaller scope games. I don't know. Can you combine small and scope to make
it shit?
Well, it used to be double A.
You know how I coined Expandalone? There's got to be another thing we can coin for these smaller scope, but still high quality games.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. There's got to be.
I don't like the word arcade.
Scope.
I don't like.
They're not arcade games.
I don't like calling them indie because
they're not indie.
They're not independent games.
So what do we call them? Come on, chat. It's got to be a trendy, like Expandalone. Think along the terms of Expandalone. Some trendy little catch-all word that sort of covers all that stuff. Come on, chat. Get involved.
Game Pass fodder.
Come up with a word. Yeah. Something, I don't know, smaller scope. Scope alone. I don't know. I like mini AAA for stuff like Hellblade 2. Mini AAA I like. But for something like Hi-Fi, that's not mini AAA. I don't know. What do you call it?
Well, Hi-Fi Rush is a AA game. It's not... I mean, in some ways it's a AAA game, but the thing is about the whole shadow drop stuff is I still wonder, in a world where they just announced it and it went through the usual 3-month marketing cycle, man, that would have given plenty of opportunity.
Oh, I like
Cartoony
Jeremy
game.
G's idea. Jeremy G's got a great one. Nick Games.
Nick Games. You're feeding his ego, Jeremy G.
I
You're
like that
feeding
one.
that.
I'm seeing a lot of people say mid-budget. They're not. The word budget, it has connotations to it.
How do we quantify this? I don't think you can.
Mid-budget. I like Nick Games.
Every
Nick
time I play this
Games, you're just gonna
review,
use that one.
It's
I
a Nick game.
remember there was 15 hours straight after that developer direct. 12 hours playing and then writing.
3 hours
narrating,
editing. That's insane. Dude.
Jason, patron Jason, he played it like he did 6 runs of Hi-Fi Rush to get all the achievements and everything. He ended up playing through the whole thing like 6 times.
Wow. I mean, it's a great game. It is.
I still haven't.
You know, it was funny.
The
The Nextlander guys were like, I hope that their bosses didn't force them to do that. I was like, well, I'm my own boss, and John can't make me do anything. So don't worry.
It's true. Yeah.
I was just having a lot of fun playing it and didn't want to stop.
Yeah.
Oh, 10 runs. Jason said 10 runs. I thought it was 6.
Yeah.
10. Jesus.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
but there you go.
Yeah.
That's all the news, mate. We're there.
That's it? Is that everything?
That's everything, buddy. Have we
Wow.
got a rumor mill this week?
Nope. We don't.
Okay. You should have lied.
I
You should have said,
asked.
I'll answer this after name a game.
No. I did ask. And there was not one.
Oh, dear.
Although there isn't one, but I saw talk earlier because the other rumor is about Colt. I believe Colt had mentioned that he heard Tatanka has been shelved. I don't know if he said shelved or cancelled. I haven't watched this clip. It's just I'm reading the talk.
I can say that independently of Colt's rumor, because it's the first I'm hearing of it, you saying that today, is that I have also heard the same.
Me too. I got the DM about it last week.
Mm.
That Tatanka's been
Curiouser
cancelled.
and curiouser.
Mm.
I'm looking
an
forward to
insider?
people.
I
I'm
didn't
looking
hear
f-
shelved. I didn't hear shelved. I heard cancelled.
Yeah, I would use the word cancel.
Shelved would be cancelled
Yeah.
anyways.
But
Well, no,
I'm looking
shelved-
forward
shelved
to.
can mean you've put it on the back burner to go back to it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't
But
matter.
I'm really looking forward to all of the overreactions from people complaining about the rumors of a game that's never been announced being cancelled. I can't wait. Can't wait. You know, like we don't know. Like,
We
it's
don't
just
know.
it's
We
just
don't
the scuttlebutt out there, guys. Like,
it's just it's a DM I got, and if it was positive and I was confident in it, I probably would have done it as a rumor mill or put a tweet out about it. But I'm not.
Yeah.
It's just I'd heard similar because I'm only mentioning it because it's not like Colt and I would share a source. Colt and I wouldn't share a source. So if Colt has heard it independently around the same time I heard it, maybe word spread quite quickly once it happened.
yeah, for those listening, Tatanka was rumored to be
begin with.
the Battle Royale Halo experiment, right? From certain or in partnership with Certain Affinity. Now, it's interesting that this rumor of cancellation has bubbled up because I think there was an interview 6 months ago, maybe less, with Max Hoberman, very nice guy.
That was November.
That they are deepening their relationship with 343. Now, that's curious to me. But then I've also heard some other things about 343 over the last week. I'm not going to talk about that are
Maybe in
intriguing
private
to
chat.
me. Yeah, I'll talk to you guys about them. But fundamentally, frankly speaking, I have a lot of friends at 343 that are really nice people. I'm not going to talk about their shit. It's their stuff. This is nothing officially announced. But yeah, so.
But I feel like Tatanka, if again, this is all. I've only mentioned this because I had heard that Colt heard similar. That's the only reason I'm mentioning it. If I was confident it was like we don't even know.
What are you giggling at? What are you giggling at?
My Discord notification went off.
Oh no! Go on, what's going on there?
I'm not doing that.
What is it?
The person who sent me this is watching right now, and I'm talking to them directly. I'm not doing that. I am not doing that. No. No way. No way.
Hey, it's Name a Game. Stick around to see if Nick might be doing that later on.
I am not.
Let's go.
I am not doing that. Oh, good.
It does look good.
It is a very pretty transition. I'll give you that.
Oh dear.
You gonna pop up buzzing?
And
all right.
Oh yeah, buzzing.
Music.
And the funny thing is, this DM, like, so for the people that think Nick does this for clout, if that was true, I would 100% rumourmill the DM I just got. It would make our episode have like 100,000 views.
Oh.
It would make, if I went with this rumourmill, it would make this episode explode.
Right. I'm
still not doing it.
Whilst I'm introing Name a Game, can you just plonk it in private chat? Because I want to see if it's what I've heard that I won't say. Because there's a reason I won't say. God damn it!
Everyone's super bright now. What the fuck? It's when I went
to
the sun.
I'm the sun.
I'm fixing it. So the color's gonna be a little
Ben
off.
Star again.
Yeah, it's when I clicked the buzzin. Buzzin did it. I don't know why.
Buzzin, that game code no longer exists.
Yeah,
we're all SDR.
It timed out.
We're all SDR'd now.
Yeah.
It timed out. No, we're all faded.
We're all SDR'd.
We've been shadow dropped.
That's a shame.
Yeah, I don't know why opening buzzin broke Chrome's color.
Do it in a different browser.
Honestly, God, turn HDR off in Windows. Browser. It causes so much trouble.
Yeah, but it looks so much.
I'm
not turning HDR off in Windows because it looks like shit on this TV without it. Because it's a really good HDR display.
Boo.
I'm sorry, everyone who's like, say it, but I am not doing that because it is a big Jason super chat. $100 super chat goal, and he'll do it. Let's go.
If we get 100 new patrons.
100 new executive producers
in the next 5 minutes. 100 patrons, and then I'll do it.
10 new executive producers for you.
Don't get me wrong. If I went with this rumourmill, this episode would absolutely explode. And yes, it relates to Xbox, and yes, it relates to a game coming to Xbox. But I ain't doing it.
Can you put it in private chat to see if it's what I've heard?
Doing it.
Put it in private chat. And Jesse, can we have a buzzing code, please?
It's in private chat.
Not doing it.
Yeah, I've seen it. Oh, James.
No chance.
Put it in the chat. I want to see.
Not going to have the smoke coming on that one. Nope.
Well, God of War 3 is coming. We all know it. It's Xbox exclusive. They're buying Sony Santa Monica.
Nope. Not doing it.
Fuck off. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. We're not doing it.
I'm not doing it.
No fucking way. That would set the
internet.
You
have a time frame or just the name of that game?
Just the name.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could literally just say the name and that would be it. Nope.
Oh yeah, I got shit. I don't have a thing for I do not have a thing for the category like I'd like to have. I'll make one.
Anyway, whilst everyone's fumbling with stuff, this is Name a Game, which is a weekly quiz show between Nick and I as we play as champions for one of our Patreon members. Nick, this week you're playing for...
Shit.
I can just read it for you if you like.
Yeah, I was hoping you were. I had it up and then I closed the notes.
Nick's playing for Xbox Skittle, who is one of our new patrons, I believe.
Yes.
And I'm playing for Fozzie Boy.
Who's also a new patron.
Oh, look at all these lovely new patrons coming in.
New patrons. They're great.
Come in, we'll hold you, we'll hug you.
And I know I'm bad at expressing myself, but I still
it's humbling.
Freak out that people give us money to support us to keep doing this.
It's good. It's a good feeling, right?
I don't know how to make it sound all excited and oh my god, like I don't know how to put that sort of act on, but like I just, you know,
I am loving reading the chat right now. Anyway, so if you haven't heard of Name a Game before, this is where we play a game of synonyms. So Jesse has prepared a category. And he will replace video game titles with synonyms of the same words, and Nick and I have to try and guess what hell he's talking about. So let's see, what's the theme this week, Jesse?
The theme is Metroidvanias.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Number 1 in the category of Metroidvanias is one word.
Shit.
I'll
God,
let
I'm
you-
not ready.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I'm not buzzing up.
All right. That one word
Are you putting him in
being...
our private chat?
It's a
Are you
fucking
putting him
pain in the
our private
ass.
chat?
I mean, so it means I have to press the button here to show
Okay,
it.
fine.
Quickly jump windows.
fine.
Type it for you. One word. I'll speak in clear
Fine,
English. Heretical. Heretical.
It's a Metroidvania.
Mm-hmm. It just had a sequel
Is this
release. This is a multi-platform game.
What? Just had a sequel?
A very pretty pixel art game.
Oh.
Painful Discourse and Zillion Jester got it.
Heretical. I was about to say Dead Cells, but it's not Dead Cells.
Pretty easy one.
Metroidvania?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. As soon as you said pixel
Starting the
art,
timer.
I'm like, oh, Dead Cells. There's a Dead Cells 2, isn't there? Or is that
I
not
don't-
out yet?
No, Dead Cells is
There's,
just one game.
there's
It's had a
one,
lot
I
of
can't remember the name of it. It's all
DLC.
religious-y.
That was it.
I don't
That
know.
was
Or
Blasphemous.
medieval. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you were on the
Blasphemous
path.
Okay. I haven't heard of that game.
Man, that
Yeah.
timer was brutal. I reckon if I'd had 5 more minutes, I could have eventually arrived there. But okay.
All right. Number 2 is The Final Allegiance. The Final Allegiance. I can hear myself.
I buzzed.
Oh, that's weird. It didn't make a noise for me. That's weird. Nick.
Well,
The Last Faith?
Correct.
nice.
Reviewed by me.
Nice.
Yeah. I got a code for it.
Solid game.
I gotta start it because I
Oh,
like
no.
Metroidvanias.
So I've got 2 really bad ones this week. Let's get to one of them.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Oh god, this is so long. I don't know how to fit this in here. Okay. The next one. And look, I'm going to put it in private chat, then I'll show it. Here you go.
Oh my god.
Boat hyphen moving hyphen device E and the inclination of the vapors. Boat moving device E and the inclination of the vapors.
Oh. Oh.
Come on. Come on.
Oh no. No.
Sick.
Ori and the Will of the Wisps.
Thank you.
It's a good one.
When aren't they?
I
You
don't
say
know
that's a
why
good one.
SteamWorld. I don't know why SteamWorld popped into my head, and then I realized that
The
it couldn't be
vapors.
SteamWorld.
Yeah.
I got the vapors. All right. We're tied at 1. The next one being Principal Edge. Principal Edge. Principal Edge. Principal Edge. Principal Edge.
Man.
A throaty to literally the beginning of this genre, essentially.
Principal Edge.
Came to Xbox later for both its first game and its sequel, if memory serves.
I don't
The
know.
first word of this
It's 2
game.
words.
Yeah, 2 words. The first word of this game sounds like the place that Stephen Totillo used to work at.
I don't know. I don't know where the hell it was.
Axio.
Ah.
Nick.
Axiom Verge.
Correct. Axiom means your principle. Most people just don't know what the word axiom means, I guess. But there you
Yeah,
go.
I didn't know. I don't know what the word axiom is.
That's why I had to give it a
Nice.
hint. All right. Oh, God. How do I...
Okay.
All right. Time to hide this one because I got to figure out how to fit the longest one I've ever done. Not even
Oh,
close.
God,
It's
really?
so long. I'm going to have to hit enter in the middle of it, I think.
Okay.
I think you'll get it. It's just very long. And the game, because
All
the
right.
game's name is very long. I didn't make it long. I think this works.
Hit me.
I'll put it in chat for you now, and then immediately show it. It is.
Oh my god. What the Are you joking?
Transcript of Down 2 in Spanish Battle. Writ of Ownership. Bright and Think About Bowie movie where he showed his package. All right, I'll see you guys later.
How many words is this? Because with all those hyphens, I have no fucking idea how many words
3,
it is.
4. So it's really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
This is nuts.
It's an 8-word game.
Yeah. One I reviewed.
Can we... Fuck off.
I know
So
none of them.
the actual game's name has 8 words in it.
Correct.
The game's name has 8 words in it.
And you reviewed it.
Yes, I believe it was on Game Pass. It is based on an anime.
It's a
Sick.
and it's a Metroidvania.
Oh, fuck me. Hang on
And
a
it's a
second.
Metroidvania.
I really want to go on to Xbox.
I know what this
I'm
is.
close, but I don't know if I can get all
I
the
know what
words.
Starting
this
the
is.
timer.
Shit. I know
Timer
what
going.
this is.
I know that it's something in Wonder Labyrinth. Is it that?
Doesn't matter.
I don't know the full name. I don't know the
There's
full
the
name.
timer.
I shouldn't
Nick
have
for the
buzzed.
steal, Buzz, if you want.
I know
If
what
he's
it is. I
Googling
don't
that
know
shit.
I don't know. I don't know the subtitle. I don't know the subtitle. Has John already out? Is John out?
John's out.
I'm
you can
out,
buzz
mate.
in and you can go for the steal.
Okay, it's Record of Lodos War, but I can't remember the rest of it.
Writ of Ownership.
Writ of Ownership. A Writ of Ownership.
4-letter word
Sh-
for Writ of
Oh,
Ownership.
come on,
Oh.
this is way beyond the timer. It's over, people. Jesus
You
Christ!
had-
something
you had-
labyrinth.
You had your
something,
chance for the
something
steal.
labyrinth.
It's over.
This
It is
that's some
Record of
bullshit.
Lodos War. Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth. Deed.
Like, the fact I remembered you reviewed something Wonder Labyrinth was a miracle in and of itself.
Record
I just
of
knew the
Lodos
Record
War.
of Lodos War part. I just knew the Record
in
of
Wonder
Lodos War
Labyrinth.
part.
If we'd only been allowed to work together, we would have got that one.
Yeah, I knew it was Record of Lodos War. I just didn't know the subtitle.
Oh dear.
It's funny how the two Record of Lodos War games are both clones of something else. Like the one on Dreamcast is a Diablo clone, Record of Lodos War, and it's so good.
All right.
But yeah.
Okay, it's a real game. People can deny all they want.
dear.
The next one is Ponder Child, the Wyvern's Trick. Ponder Child, the Wyvern's Trick.
Well, we all know what Wyvern is.
Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam.
Yes, I know.
Nick.
I know.
Ah,
Wonder Boy, the Dragon's Trap.
Correct.
nice.
Nick wins.
Nice. Well played, mate.
I got a few more.
Man. It's
We'll get to
technically
them quick.
Wonder. It's technically Wonder Boy 3. It's technically Wonder Boy 3, the Dragon's Trap.
Don't care.
Technically.
Tell that to Wikipedia, who did not have that in their article.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like the game that got me into Metroid.
Coming up next, Gaseous Planet Enjoy 2. Gaseous Planet, a compound word, Enjoy 2. I enjoy this.
Enjoy the gaseous planet.
Enjoy.
One of my favorite games of last generation.
Of last generation.
Mm-hmm.
Gaseous planet.
Which of the planets is a gaseous planet?
This game was mentioned a few questions ago by Nick. That's why I skipped it in the rotation.
Wow.
Was it?
Man, so it's a tough one for me this week.
All right, start up the timer.
Oh,
Nick,
Steam World Dig 2. That's what I mentioned before.
correct.
Because I thought the other one was Steam World. Because Jeff Grubb said it's a Metroidvania. and you
Oh, I'm
should play
digging it. I'm enjoying it. Okay. Yeah. Fair.
That works. You don't have to think that hard about it. I don't.
Okay.
If you think too hard, it's not very fun. All right, I gotta make the figuring out the formatting for all of this on the fly because it's a whole new setup. The next one
I'm
is...
waiting for one like I know that you're going to do, hopefully.
The next one is...
Oh, there's so many I was hoping he would
Stick
do.
Guy, colon, Noah's Boat Pig, Looney -bin. Hold on. There you go. There's some hyphens in there. I forgot.
Oh.
Stick Guy.
Stick Guy.
Noah's -boat -pig. Looney -bin.
Wait.
Get rid of the hyphen, maybe.
Hold on. I know what that second part is. Is this isn't a 2D Metroidvania?
It's not a 2D Metroidvania, no. But that's not what the category is. Nick.
Batman Arkham Asylum.
Correct. Arkham Asylum.
Is that a Metroidvania?
It kind of
considered
is,
one,
yeah,
yes.
I suppose. Yeah.
I haven't played it. I've played Arkham City.
Whoa.
Is that a Metroidvania as well?
You haven't played Arkham Asylum?
I've played Arkham City.
Oh,
played
wait, bro,
Arkham
you would
City.
love Arkham Asylum. It is Metroidvania in 3D form. It's brilliant.
And much shorter
so
than
is
the
Tomb
others.
Raider. So is God of War. God of War is a Metroidvania as well. So is
Yeah.
Zelda, technically.
If you
Lots
played
of these
City,
games
I
are-
honestly think the gameplay of Arkham Asylum doesn't. You'll miss a lot. They definitely made it better as they went along. I don't care what people say. All right. 2 more left. The next one being really long.
I mean,
again. Hold
Metroid
on.
Prime is a 3D Metroidvania.
There it is. It's in private chat. It is excelled-fights monk-man colon didn't -die -er. Oh, it should be OR, not ER at the end. OR at the end. Or.
Excelled fights Monkman.
Man. Oh, I lost this week.
There's so many cool Metroidvanias he could have done, and he didn't do.
I
any
reviewed
of
this
them.
last
know.
year. It was one of my top scored games of the year. It ran like
One of your
shit.
top scored. I mean, it can't be Redfall. That's not a Metroidvania.
It's not even in my
No.
top 15.
Excelled fights Monkman.
Didn't
Scourge got
die.
Or didn't die
Excel
or.
fights Monkman.
It ends in OR. I meant to type OR.
The problem is my head keeps going to 2D Metroidvanias.
It's not a
and I don't
2D.
know if that's what
This
he's
one
doing
runs in
here.
Unreal Engine 4, and it probably shouldn't have because it ran like dog shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like that's, but that's not the.
It is considered a Metroidvania if you want to say it.
Okay, I'm just like, hang on, wait. Have you got the full name in here? But yes, I suppose as I put it together,
You gonna actually buzz or no?
Excelled fights
it's
Monkman.
Sick.
Star Wars Jedi
Ah,
Survivor
yeah.
didn't die or survive. Or...
Jedi Survivor. Survivor.
Yeah, yeah.
People want to get all uppity
Consider
about what's a
that a
Metroidvania. It
I
is.
don't know if I consider that a Metroidvania.
It kind of is.
I mean, it.
I think
One of
a
the
lot
main parts
3D
of that game. Did you beat the game, Nick?
I haven't beat it yet. I'm
Yeah.
playing through it, but I haven't. Beat
One of the
it
main
yet.
parts is
And I know
literally
you have
going
to get powers
back.
and go back to
Yeah.
other parts. I know. I
It's
know.
a huge part. All right, and final one is sodium-chloride and safe house. Sodium-chloride and safe house. Doubt you two played this one.
Oh.
You probably heard of it. This one I believe is 2D. Sick.
Yeah, yeah.
Sultan Sanctuary.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed that you didn't try and do Fist Forged in Shadow.
I
Claw.
thought
Shadow
Yeah, I
Complex.
thought about it.
Yeah,
Shadow
like
Complex.
There's only
I was
10.
waiting for all
Nick.
these ones I knew. You know,
There's
like,
only 10. I can't do everything.
you know, there's no Peppa Pig in there. We have to go and get new
Never played it.
powers to unlock Daddy Pig's car, and yeah, there you go. That's the name of the game. So about this rumor, Nick. I'm just checking the Patreon feed now. I don't think. No,
I don't think there's any new patrons.
no one bit. No one bit.
No.
I think
No.
if there were 100 new patrons, we would actually do it.
If during all of name a
5
game, we've got a
executive
whole bunch
producers
of
right
new
now.
patrons.
5 executive producers for a year.
5?
Yeah, for a year.
5.
Well, no, I'm saying 5 new ones.
Like if 5
that
new
do the
ones
year.
joined
Oh, right.
and did a
Yeah,
year
yeah,
up
yeah.
front, yeah. Boom. Here's your
Trust
rumor.
me,
I'd
like
do
I
it.
said, this Rumourmill is a perfect example and proof of the fact that I do not do this for clout.
Yeah, he doesn't want
I
this.
do not do this for clout at all, because this is the one to do for clout. This is the one. This is it.
Yeah.
And I'm not doing it. Nope.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
doing it. Nope.
Oh dear.
Don't want to. I'm not putting that on myself, Bobby.
You don't want that
Yeah.
smoke.
I'm not gonna bring that on myself, Ricky Bobby. Nope.
It would cause drama. Anyway, onwards and upwards. Another exclusive perk of being a wonderful Patreon member for XboxEra is you get to ask lovely, brilliant, lovely, long, great community questions every week.
Why do you hate
Screenshot
your fans, Sicka Mechanico?
I don't hate my fans. I love them.
I saw the comment.
We'll
You've
take
been
a
called out.
screenshot for the OneNote. I'll take a screenshot for the OneNote so I don't forget about it.
For your lucky
Yeah.
guess later on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, full disclosure, if and when this gets announced and whatever, I'm 100% going to be like, that's the game. That's the one I got the DM about.
Yeah. Maybe you should record a clip like with your phone and a
I'm
date. I don't know.
sure Sloth will probably do it.
Sloth would sloth it all over the place. Community questions. Let's go. Let's dive in.
Let me just take this screenshot because I'm going to forget to do it later. So I'm about to go yellow, I think, on the screen.
You are yellow because you won't say it. Chicken.
Yeah. You've got a longer yellow streak than a herd of diuretic camels. 10 points to anyone in the chat that knows where that joke's from.
Hopefully not
Take
Russell
that
Brand.
screenshot and put it in my OneNote.
No,
For safekeeping.
it's from a sitcom, if that helps.
Doesn't. I'm not British.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me bring. Oh, hold on. Sorry, because I've got all these things.
All these rumors you won't tell anyone.
Yeah. Community questions. Community question number 1. Mr. Hipshot. Now, I want to see how Jesse is showing this in the feed. Have you got the question up?
Yeah.
There it is. Okay, that's nice.
I screenshot him.
That's nice. That's nice.
If you could go back and tell your childhood self, I like this question, hey, you should check this type of game out, what would it be? Whether it's to get a head start in the genre you know you'd like, or because you just know your own tastes, or whatever reason you want. For me, it'd be JRPGs, because I only ever played Pokemon as a kid, and it's now my favorite genre. I just can't get enough. Plus, I had so much more time as a kid. Didn't we all?
Yeah.
John, go.
What would I check out?
You keep doing the sound. It's like 30 times in the show so far. People are probably going to complain. I hate to call
Wow.
it.
Well, you certainly are complaining.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with probably Metroidvanias. I didn't know that they were a thing when I was younger. I don't think I played I wasn't a Nintendo kid, so I don't think I really played Metroidvanias until a lot later on. So I would have tried to educate myself a bit younger for those. What about you, Jesse?
Anime hentai. I didn't know it was a thing. Now that I do,
Anime hentai.
Yep.
That's not a game genre.
it's
Yes,
one
it
of the
is.
biggest game genres out there. Are you kidding me?
Yes, it is.
Maybe I would have had to
Have you
import
seen,
it all.
Nintendo is all about the kids, and yet their eShop
Full.
is flooded with hentai
Wow.
games.
It
And they
shouldn't be.
call them, half the titles say hentai in them. I'm like,
Wow.
how is Nintendo allowing this?
Surprising.
I don't know. I think I played all the genres. Like Wonder Boy the Dragon's Trap is the game that got me into Metroidvanias. That's the one that did it. So I don't know. I mean, I was thinking JRPGs because I'm not into them now. So maybe had I played a classic one back then, I may be more into them now. Like I never played Final Fantasy. I never played Phantasy Star.
We're also old enough. There were a lot of genres that didn't exist when we were technically young. It was just younger.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I couldn't say I tell myself to play FPS games a lot. They didn't. There weren't any. There was.
Well, I played Doom when Wolfenstein 3D and Doom existed. I played them. I played the shit out of them. So every genre that I like now, I like it because I played it as a kid. So Wolfenstein and Doom made me love FPSs. Wonder Boy Dragon's Trap made me love Metroidvanias. Streets of Rage and Final Fight and all of those made me love side-scrolling. That's why Jesse just gives me those to review, because they're the ones that I love playing and he knows I'll actually play them properly. If we had a long enough embargo on Prince of Persia, I may have reviewed that. I've put nearly 30 hours into it. I've played it more than Jesse has played it. So
that's because I jumped to 4 other reviews immediately, though. I would have.
No, I know, but I'm just saying I put in a ton of hours. I even. I probably shouldn't say that because they may not like if I say it. Remember what I mentioned happened after I solved that puzzle?
Yeah.
Yeah. I probably shouldn't say that, should I?
Yeah. Maybe after in a week. In a week, you can talk about it.
Okay. They may not like me saying that publicly before it comes out. That's all.
Yeah.
So yeah, I played all those genres as a kid to now love them as an adult. So if there was so maybe for me the question is there a genre you wish you liked now because everyone else is into it and played it as a kid? So maybe JRPGs. Because I just never played them, and I don't know why. Like back then, I didn't read reviews. I played stuff based on the cover art. So maybe none of the JRPGs had a box art that really grabbed me.
I played Final Fantasy VII when it came out, and sorry, folks, I was bored. I didn't like turn-based combat then. I still don't like it now.
I typed Switch hentai games into YouTube, so that's what's playing right now.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah, this is just on the Switch.
No.
Stuff is on the Switch.
That's lot so of weird.
It. Creepy.
We had a super chat that was about the thing we won't talk about for the.
Yeah, I know. Alvin with a $2 super chat. Is it 2024 related without giving anything away? There's no dates here. There's no years here. There's no nothing. All this DM says is this game is coming, and I'm just
no,
like
that's too much.
I then got a DM when they saw my reaction to saying no, I'm not doing it. All I'm watching is a floating hand grabbing this girl's boob. Oh my god, what is this now? Can you stop playing this?
No, stop it.
Can you stop playing this now?
Right. No, it's perfectly
this off
fine.
and put something sensible.
This is just on the Switch.
This?
No. Absolutely
It
not.
doesn't matter. Stop playing.
They
this.
asked the question of what I hope, what I would have
Christ.
wanted, you know? Look, it's just
Stop playing this.
7 seconds, you're gonna see. Oh shit! Oh no!
Oh my god! Stop playing this shit! Oh my god!
This is just on the Switch, man. All right, I'm closing it.
Oh my god!
Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ!
Oh
yes,
I'm happy
when
with
this
it.
person, when this person saw the reaction to me going, "Nope, I'm not touching this," they were like, "Okay, great reaction, no worries." Like they totally understand why I'm not going with this. Like they totally get it. Like I'm not interested, man. I'm not interested in.
It was still playing on my TV. Put it back up.
Like I said, if and when this happens, and I say that was the game, you will understand why I said no.
What is wrong with people?
What?
Assassin Entertainment in the chat.
I brought it back.
XboxEra. Jesse, what's the name of the game so I can avoid it?
I don't know. I'm just playing a compilation on YouTube. Look, this video is called "The Most Cultured Nintendo Switch Games." Culture. This is culture.
Oh god.
Look, most cultured Nintendo Switch games. What are you talking about? There's nothing wrong here. You just hate art.
What's the name of the game so I can avoid it?
Did he? Oh, you know, they might be time stamped. That was 7 Pirates H. 7 Pirates H.
7 pirates all at the same time, huh?
Here you go. I'm
Oh
going
my
through. So you
God.
get most replayed was when they're getting filled up. That is Senran Kagura Reflections. Senran Kagura.
I've heard of that.
Reflections.
I've actually heard of that.
I'm gonna go to the whole Senran Kagura. Well, maybe there's some other good stuff. What the?
Oh my god.
What the fuck? Okay, that was.
Oh, that was Ass4ssin Entertainment. What's the name of this game so I can avoid it?
Moro Chronicle H and More Crystal H.
Oh my God.
They're 3,000-year-old witches. They're fine. Okay, we'll move on.
No. Please.
Come on.
We've moved on.
Please, this is a family-friendly place.
Next question, if you don't want this
Next
to be empty.
question.
I'm going to
Next
fill it up
question.
with more of that if you don't get to the next question.
Okay. Next question. Hytham G. A recap of the potential Xbox games coming to Switch and PlayStation. So despite that, Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves are rumored Xbox games going to Switch and PlayStation. Can we ask ourselves this? If they do come to the Switch and PlayStation, do you gents think that this will leave the door open for more Xbox games going to come to the Switch and PlayStation if those two Xbox games get reveals for those two platform devices? Your gents' honest take?
They're only going to do
I'm
it.
glad you
those
brought
two
this
come
up.
out,
I'm
more
glad
will
you brought
come.
this up. Hi them, and John's not going to like what I'm about to do. I warned Jesse a week ago that I was going to do this, and Jesse's like, John's not going to like that at all. So I'm like, okay,
What?
here goes.
What one I like?
So I saw Jeff Grubb mentioning Sea of Thieves. Now, everyone has interpreted Jeff's Sea of Thieves thing somewhat differently to how I interpreted it. Everyone seemed to interpret Jeff Grubb's comments about Sea of Thieves as Sea of Thieves is coming to PlayStation and Switch. I don't think that's what Jeff was saying. I think what Jeff was saying was he had heard that Microsoft were looking at bringing Sea of Thieves to PlayStation and Switch. And he's probably 100% right. Like, it's Microsoft we're talking about. Microsoft have probably explored that with a lot of games. Now, here's the part John's not going to like. A couple of years ago, I got a DM. I showed Jesse the DM. A couple of years ago, I got a DM. Halo multiplayer. They're looking at bringing it to PlayStation.
Yeah, I remember you talking about this, and I was like, no.
I'm like, no way. Like, my reaction in that DM is no way. It's like they're exploring it. It's being explored. Now, this was back in.
I think they do that for a lot of stuff.
That's what I'm saying, and that's the point. The point I'm making is they probably explore this stuff a lot. Like, I can understand Microsoft's thought process. They're like, okay, well, if we put the Halo multiplayer on PlayStation, it's like a Game Pass ad. Maybe if they want more and they want the campaign, they'll buy an Xbox and they'll subscribe to Game Pass to get Halo. And we get a bigger base and get microtransactions at it. Like, I can understand Microsoft's thought process. They probably saw it as being Fortnite and Warzone and have Halo on it as well. Like, that doesn't mean they're going to do it. Like, I got that DM a couple of years ago. We're now in 2024 and it hasn't materialized. It hasn't surfaced. Like, and I wasn't going to say this, but I actually spoke to my guy and I said, look, there's all this scuttlebutt about Sea of Thieves and all this. Can I finally just mention Halo? It's clearly not happening. Can I mention it?
Yeah.
Like, okay, go mention it. Like, when I got that DM, my eyes were like, whoa. I'm like, no way. And they clearly, but it was obviously something they had thought about, something they were exploring and probably doing the numbers on it. And probably, who knows? They were probably doing all sorts of things. And I can understand the thought process. But they clearly didn't go ahead with it. And maybe the same has happened with Sea of Thieves. Maybe the same happened with Hi-Fi Rush. Maybe it's just something they're exploring as opposed to, nope, port's happening, it's done. Again, I haven't heard one way or the other. I personally don't discredit Nate the Hate. He and I have spoken many times. But yeah, just before too many people panic or whatever, they explore this kind of stuff, I'm sure, with a lot of their games, especially the games as a service games. Especially those. Whether I think these rumored ones will or not, I don't know. I was funny about Hi-Fi Rush in particular, and I understand the irony because we are the people that say PlayStations don't sell for their exclusives. And they don't. The numbers show it. The numbers show that people don't buy PlayStations for the exclusives. Nintendo, different ballgame. But something I've also said many times in the past is that these PlayStation exclusives are window dressing. They're like marketing. And that's why the Game Awards help them do the marketing. So by having all these PlayStation games winning Game Awards, the wider public is like, oh yeah, PlayStation makes award-winning games. Oh, and it's also where everyone plays Call of Duty and Fortnite. And it's also where all my son's friends are playing. So I'll buy a PlayStation. It's the mainstream console. But Xbox is in a position where it needs everything it can get to improve its position. Exclusives, marketing rights to big games. It needs everything. It needs every excuse under the sun to sell an Xbox console. That was the context I was trying to get at when I was a bit annoyed about the idea of Hi-Fi Rush. Because Hi-Fi Rush, when that came out and when it got shadow dropped last year, go back and watch our episode. What did we say? We said this might be that turning point where Microsoft finally releases this universally loved game, super polished, high quality, shadow dropped it. You know, it's just this. Maybe this is the turning point. That's why I was annoyed at the idea of when Microsoft finally get it right. Oh, and now we're going to put it on PlayStation and Switch, and you're just undoing. You're undoing all the goodwill that game garnered your brand. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Where if Nate the Hates Rumour had started with Sea of Thieves, I would have been like, makes sense. Sea of Thieves makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a games as a service game. I was gonna ask you earlier if you had a
I'm thinking of how to do it.
A wrap it up thing for this new layout. Do you have the picture? Do you have?
I do. I can get Dorito up in there again. I just completely forgot.
You gotta put Jeff up if you're playing the music. But
we
just
do it on the fly.
Hi-Fi Rush annoyed me. Hi-Fi Rush specifically annoyed me more so than any other game, because that was Microsoft saying, "Hey, we do put out quality games. See, you all love it." That was why Hi-Fi bothered me.
There you go. Well, hopefully that answers your question, Hytham G.
Hopefully. Hopefully. Where are we? We're doing community questions, aren't we? Okay.
Fucking hell.
The fucking anime, man. It just threw me through a loop.
Yeah, I get that.
Tit rubbing and shit. DA game. Honest question. Xbox went day and date to PC in 2016. PlayStation followed in 2020 in their own way. In a future in which Microsoft brings games as a service / smaller titles to PS5, could you see Sony port over titles like Fair Game, Concord, and Sackboy to Xbox? Oh god, Sackboy. While the install base difference is undeniable, the attach rate for games as a service games, particularly certain ones, can be similar. As I recall, Destiny has nearly as many players on Xbox consoles as on PlayStation.
This is perfect.
What?
You need, in a few seconds, just take a look at the stream. I'm happy.
Just some food for thought in my bargaining stage of grief. Sorry if addressed. The gaff Twitter elsewhere whispers of everything, i.e. Hellblade 2, are not quite right? I wouldn't have thought so. Yeah. I don't know. What did Jesse show? I don't know. I didn't see
Nothing.
it.
Don't worry about it.
Perfection. Don't worry. I'm sure there'll be an opportunity to do it later. Don't worry, Nick.
Okay.
We got you. We've got you back, bro.
Okay. But yeah. I look, I think the talk about everything is wrong. Because again, as people have pointed out, Phil said, case-by-case basis. So we're still living in that space of case-by-case. It's just unfortunate if Hi-Fi Rush happens to be one of those cases. That's all. That's the issue. Xbox needs more reasons to sell consoles, not less.
Yeah.
They need more. So putting a critically acclaimed and universally loved exclusive on other platforms, it's not great optics. But could PlayStation bring their stuff over? No. Sony will not do that. They were forced to bring MLB. MLB was like they were dragged, kicking and screaming. Shut up. But yeah, that's so loud in my ears. That is so loud.
That's the point. It's the only time it has any chance of working is if it can drown you out.
It's got to drown out. It's got to drown out everything.
They were forced kicking and screaming to do MLB, so
can.
I doubt they do the other stuff.
He did not wrap it up.
It's answering the question. It's answering the question. I'm not on a tangent. It's answering the question. I'm saying I don't think Sony will do it. What do you fucking think?
I don't think Sony will do it.
Oh, wow. What an answer. What about you, Jesse?
Not anytime soon. It would be very far in the future.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Day and date on PC. Sooner than PlayStation fans would like.
When they can figure it out, it is hard to do.
Yeah.
Not when you got Nixes, the masters.
Yeah, but that's only
Nixes
one.
are the masters.
The only one. If you're trying to put out a bunch every year, it's tough.
Okay. Next question. Terran.
I haven't seen Terran in a while.
Yeah, Terran. Hey guys, quick question, Nick. How much are you making from starring in the Halo TV series? Clearly not much, because I'm still doing this show. Serious question. Do you think we will see any if... I meant to say see... Okay, I think I know how this was meant to say, but it's thrown me. Do you think we will see any Vanillaware back catalog games coming to Xbox? I don't know. I haven't heard anything. I'd want to hope so. But, I mean, look at Rocket Knight. They're not porting Rocket Knight over.
Nope.
And one of the devs flat out said, because we don't sell enough copies. Don't sell enough physical copies on Xbox to make it worth it.
It was the CEO of Limited Run Games, wasn't it?
Limited Run?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, Josh.
I asked
Fairhurst.
MVG. I asked MVG, and he posted that tweet to me. So yeah. So I guess Vanillaware will be of the same thought process. Like, nah, not going to sell enough. But this is another discussion. Like, of course it's not going to sell because you haven't built up an audience and you haven't built up a reputation for bringing those games. Like, you can't just never bring your games to Xbox, and then when you bring one out of nowhere and it doesn't perform, you go, oh, well, didn't sell, not bringing any more. Oh, well. Like, you can't do that. You've got to take some hits, short-term pain, long-term gain. So you've got to build up a rep and say, nah, we've got to commit. Okay, we understand Rocket Knight's not going to sell much, but we're also going to bring, I don't know, what's another beloved Genesis collection that could come back? And then we're going to bring these ones. And then and what will happen is people will start to go, oh, so we are consistently going to get these classic collections coming to Xbox. Cool. I'll start buying them.
Yeah.
But you can't just fucking do one. It doesn't perform because no one expected it and, no one whatever. And then go, oh, didn't perform. Oh, well.
It also
no
doesn't
Xbox.
help them that physical space for games for Xbox in general is minuscule now.
Yes. That freaking requirement also still needs the bloody change. And I don't care if they say it's not there. It clearly is, because why isn't anyone doing physical editions?
Yeah.
Clearly there's some sort of weird requirement there when no one wants to do physical. Like, even Xbox's own games aren't getting physical editions, like Hi-Fi Rush. Could you imagine if Hi-Fi Rush comes out on Switch and PlayStation and has physical versions?
I think people would be very cross if that didn't happen for Xbox.
And they should cop all the shit if that was to happen. That's another reason why the Hi-Fi Rush rumor pisses me off. Because if it comes to PlayStation and Switch, it'll get a physical edition. But then Xbox doesn't get a physical edition for their own game. Yeah. Why? Because your own requirement's too high for yourself?
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. You're a fucking $1 trillion company. You just took over Apple as the richest company on earth. You can't afford a few discs of a game? Come on, man. Fucking hell. Anyway. Next question. Anorexic. Developer of Omega Rally Championship. Creators Collection racing game. Foundation for rock and roll racing. Hello to the League of Extraordinarily Handsome Gentlemen. I mean, it's me and these two. If someone came to you in 2014 after a poor first year for the Xbox One and offered you a choice between two pills. Ooh, I like this question too. Between two pills that would change the future of Xbox in 10 years. A green pill, ooh, I like that, in which Xbox would have 10 development studios creating exclusives for their Xbox consoles, which could all be played for $15 a month through Game Pass, or a purple pill, my favorite color, where Xbox would have 40 studios, including ABK, with none of the games being exclusive on the Xbox, but could all be accessed via Game Pass only on Xbox hardware. Which pill would you have chosen? There's a PS here. By the way, Nick, yesterday I had to stand in -45, both Fahrenheit and Celsius temperatures, for 40 minutes. Almost died, but I think you would have probably died 2 minutes into the wait. Yeah, -45. Oh my God. I literally would have died. I consider 16 degrees Celsius cold. That's freezing cold for me.
Nice spring day, that is.
You know, let me see if I can fix this saturation problem. Hold on.
I would take the green pill.
Oh, why is it a different size?
From a purely, and I'm taking that from the perspective of a Xbox person wanting Xbox. Oh wow, have a look at us.
Yeah, they're both 4K, but for some reason it's completely different size-wise on the other TV.
I am taking this from an Xbox perspective and wanting the Xbox platform to do better and blah 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 blah. I'm going green pill. From a selfish perspective, that's all about me and what I get. The purple pill.
I'm kind of similar
for myself.
If I was just worrying about me,
purple pill.
Yeah, I just want loads of games.
I just want heaps of games in the sub. But for Xbox and the betterment of Xbox as a platform and an ecosystem, 100% the green pill.
Yeah.
100% the green pill.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I turned off HDR
That's
on
my
my
answer.
computer. There you go. Enjoy.
Oh, yeah, we're much better now. Good.
I figured it out.
Okay. So, overall, as XboxEra, who are covering the Xbox platform, we're going to say green pill. What?
I agree because we're only not even halfway through the questions. So I agree. There's 14 of them.
Yeah, I know. I didn't realize there were so many. Okay. Jesse, brother. Happy episode 194, fine sirs. Nick, I have to say, you were not only actually correct about Alan Wake 2 being excellent, but you're right again about Prince of Persia. I am. Now that we can talk openly about it by the whack tree, the game is such a blast, and I feel my favorite aspect about this particular Metroidvania is the fact that it's neither Metroid or Castlevania. Nor. Unlike most entries from those franchises, it's actually a good game. Hey, now. I'm fine. You can slander Castlevania all you like, but Metroid, no. And Jess, I'm looking forward to you playing it on stream so I can watch and see how to get past certain areas. Mate, you want that? You watch me stream it. I am the genius puzzle solver that has solved... Mate, I've been DMing Jesse screenshots going, did you get past this? Did you get past this? And Jesse's like, I didn't even do it. So I've had to figure it out all by myself.
Too busy working on the site, trying to carry it.
I am the person you want to reach out to solve the most difficult puzzles of Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Oh God, I had this.
I am the one. And great article/video by Proven about how Xbox doesn't care about your console wars. Now, if only Proven could edit and narrate his own content, but I guess that's what Soul Blazer is for. Sick. What are you expecting to be your indie title of 2024?
Replaced.
Indiana Jones.
Hey! Replaced Plucky Squire. Harold Halibut. Like, if you haven't seen Nick, especially you, for someone who loves like crazy out there, like graphical attempts at doing something different. Harold Halibut. Have you heard of this?
Harold
Halibut.
Halibut.
Maybe Jesse can show some YouTube footage of it.
Oh wow, look at that.
All right, so this is a game that they've completely animated in clay stop motion, like puppets, like Wallace and Gromit style, and then put it into a game engine. And it looks insane.
Yeah, that's probably one of the best looking games I've ever seen.
Right?
If that's what it looks like.
That's
If
what it
that's
looks
what
like,
it's gonna
bro.
look like.
That's what it actually looks like. There's plenty of gameplay
Wow.
throughout. It looks like a film, and I'm like,
I'm
this
not
is very
joking. That
impressive.
might be the best looking video game I've ever seen.
So yeah, those are three of my most anticipated.
My God, how is this a video game?
I can't wait.
Slow Bros. It's by Slow Bros.
And it's taken them something like 9 years to develop.
Yeah, it
We
would.
should be on the list.
It would.
And yeah, like I am.
What style of game is it? It looks like a quest game.
It's a kind of like, I would say, maybe a little bit point and click adventure.
Yeah, it looks like a space quest, police quest,
because
version of.
they're set on a ship that went off to explore or something, and they're stuck at the bottom of like the ocean on a planet.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm super intrigued, but it looks like absolutely.
For those of you
nuts.
watching, there's 264 people watching now. Go and quickly open up another tab, jump on YouTube and look up Harold Halibut and tell me, like, if that's not the best looking video game you've ever seen, it has to be one of them.
I can see it right here.
Yeah.
Oh, have you? Oh,
Yeah, he's playing footage on
Okay.
on
I'm
YouTube.
not.
Everyone, leave our
I'm
show.
not always watching the stream.
Yeah.
Man, that has to be one of the best looking video games I've ever seen.
Right. I
forgot to
am very,
mention, I
very
also-
intrigued.
I got this cape from
Wow.
Avermedia. I also got an Woo Anime Girl mousepad. Thanks,
Oh my God,
Avermedia.
we haven't seen enough of that.
Ooh, ay, ya, ya. She sings.
Wow. What worries me is I don't know if it's going to be a game I'll actually enjoy. In terms of
Probably gonna be a lot of talking.
because it.
Yeah, there's lots of talking, bro.
Look at it. Look at what Jesse's showing right now. That's literally Police Quest and Space Quest, but done as a modern day version of those games.
Yep. I'm very, very
unfortunate-
intrigued.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure I'm interested in playing a game like that, as beautiful as it is. Like, if that game, and I understand the difficulties, like, I'm sure that style of animation and the way they've put that game together would lend better to a game like this. But if you had told me that was a Metroidvania, I'd be like, oh boy, here we go. I am going to play the crap out of that.
Yeah.
as a
I'm very
modern day-
intrigued.
As a modern day quest game, I'm not really interested, unfortunately.
I'm sure they're devastated.
Looks beautiful though. My God, that's.
You can watch my
unbelievable.
review when I steal it from John.
What?
Yeah, that looks
Wait, what?
incredible.
You know how it's going to go this year because it happens every year. You're going to really be into stuff. You're going to want it, and they're all going to fucking come out at the exact same time and screw you over.
I'm so doing.
and I
I'm
won't
so
have
doing
the
Shinobi.
time.
I'm so doing Shinobi. Don't even fucking
Anyway.
think about taking Shinobi off me.
Okay. I won't.
It wouldn't be
okay.
taking it off you. I'd be handing it to you.
Next question. Rugabru.
This is a
Hello,
long one.
everyone. Yeah, I know. I've been thinking about why certain console fans, especially PlayStation fans, often criticize Xbox and its community. I believe it has a lot to do with self-worth. Those with low self-esteem constantly doubt their own decisions or fear making the wrong ones. So what do? They opt for the current market leader. They can't go wrong, since so many people already have a PlayStation. Furthermore, they constantly seek confirmation that they made the right choice. Xbox has no games, PlayStation games are rated better, and so on. Additionally, they reinforce their choice by disparaging the competition. However, as soon as the competition generates positive news, they feel uncertain again about whether they made the right decision. Simply switching platforms is not an option, as it would mean admitting that they made the wrong decision back then. So everything is done to portray the competition in a negative light again. I don't mean to say that all PlayStation fans are like this, but rather only the console warriors. Of course, there are also some on the Xbox side, but not nearly as many. Well, that's because there's just not as many Xbox fans, full stop. Not only because fewer Xbox consoles are sold, but because Xbox fans consciously chose this platform and remain loyal to it. They simply don't worry about whether they made the right platform choice. For them, it's the right one, and they don't seek reason to justify it. P.S. I am a bit late on the AI topic. This post was translated by ChatGPT from German to English, and it saved me a lot of time. On Xbox going third party, I believe Xbox will release niche titles for other platforms so they can showcase in future acquisitions that they are willing to publish titles for the competition. This way, it won't be as challenging as it was with ABK. There may be an element of
That's
that to it.
Yeah, behaving themselves for dancing the merry tune kind of thing. I love that he's translated that using ChatGPT from German to English to make
like
it
a
easier
true
for us.
Xbot.
Would have been a hell of a trick watching Nick read that in German.
Ooh, yeah. But I mean, I get that. We've spoken about that stuff before and why we think it exists and all that sort of stuff. I mean, look, you're talking to the guy that always chooses the losing team. I was with Sega and now I'm with Xbox. I go, that's my lot in life. But yeah, I think I said a couple of weeks ago, a lot of these PlayStation fanatics just can't fathom that anyone could say anything negative about PlayStation. PlayStation's perfect. Look at Metacritic. Look at all the Game Awards. Like, PlayStation is the greatest. There has to be something mentally wrong with you to say something bad about PlayStation. That's where it all comes from. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it
Very
is.
good. Very good statement. Not really a question.
Yeah, it's not really a question. It's more a statement, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but I appreciate it.
Yes.
It's a good
Thanks,
one.
Ruka.
Appreciate you, Ruka.
Yes. Appreciate you and Hugh.
Hey!
Hugh. Next question is from Hugh. Howdy, guys. I've been watching loads of movies lately and wondered if there's any films or TV shows you have seen recently which left an impact on you.
Get the
Perhaps
Doritos
based
pipe
on a
ready.
True story. Here we go. I think Sound of Freedom was the biggest one for me and my wife. My wife watched this. I didn't see it. I can't say it was enjoyable to watch, but we couldn't put it down either. If you don't know what it's about, it's best to watch it blind rather than Google it. Let's just say if you have kids, it's a difficult watch. The cast is relatively unknown, but Mel Gibson is an executive producer. I mean, Henry Caviezel, whatever. He's not unknown. He also played Jesus.
Yes, he did.
We've also been watching Mr. Bates versus the Post Office. For those living outside of the UK, the Post Office is the main courier in the UK. It relates to a huge national scandal starting in 1999 that resulted in many innocent people going to jail or even taking their own lives. It's incredibly sad and frustrating. I haven't seen Sound of Freedom. My wife watched it, and she thought it was very
We'll move past Sound of Freedom. Mr. Bates versus the Post Office. Let's get into that one.
Well, look.
Why
Let's
is
not
Sound
judge.
of Freedom
Sound of Freedom is considered by a lot of people to be quite controversial because it's tied quite heavily to the crazy conspiracy group QAnon, right? So these are the guys that thought that there's a child trafficking ring run by Hillary Clinton out of a pizza shop.
Yeah.
Right. You remember hearing all that nonsense? That's whatever, I haven't seen it. I can't judge it. Right.
The way it shows human trafficking versus the realities of human trafficking are like extremely comic book, cartoon, mustache twirling evil and not in the least bit accurate. And people think it is.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. But yeah, the post office thing. Sorry, just to quickly touch on it. That the post office thing. Fuck the UK government, right? So they let that scandal fly. They gave the head of that post office a fucking like CBE, like an OBE award, like almost like a knighthood, right? In UK politics, and only because this TV series came out that took the real story about these are normal people like you and I that happen to work for the post office. They installed an IT system that then made it look like normal people were stealing. And rather than admit that they fucked up with the IT system they installed, they put these innocent people in jail. That's fucked up, right? And only because ITV did a drama on it with big budget, and suddenly now all the MPs are like, oh, we better strip that lady's OBE away. What about all the bonuses that all those bigwigs earned for those, however many years?
What about the people that got put in jail?
They're all being released, but it's absolutely insane. Like, you should watch it. It is horrific what those people went through, and it's recent. It's nuts. Just normal people just doing their best.
On a lighter note, if you want to watch a fantastic TV show, watch The Bear.
Yeah, you recommended this to me.
Oh boy, it's a good show. Like, my wife was watching it.
Don't spoil.
My wife was watching it, and every time she'd be sitting at the table watching it, and I could see it in my periphery, and I'd be like, oh, this seems like an okay show. And she's like, well, I'm happy to start again at the start of season 1 if you want. So we started watching The Bear, and I'm like, man, this show is good. And it just won like a whole bunch of awards at the Golden Globes. The dude, the main actor who plays in it was just in the Calvin Klein ad, and his body is like just fucking ripped, and he's like getting more attention because his of the body in that Calvin Klein ad. But it also
he was in the Iron Claw movie. That's why he's so ripped.
Yes, he's also in Iron Claw, which is part of the reason his body is just in ridiculous shape, along with him and Zac Efron. Very envious of their rigs. But The Bear is just a it's like, for me, it's one of my favorite TV shows that I've ever watched, along with Ray Donovan. I'm talking about dramas now. It's a drama.
Yeah.
My sitcoms are a separate category with Friends and Big Bang and all of them. But dramas wise, The Bear is like,
I'll stick it on the list, man. I've got a fairly chilled out day tomorrow, so maybe I'll have a look on some streaming services and see if I can find it.
It's on Disney Plus. Eight
Great.
episodes. 8 episodes for season 1, 10 episodes for season 2, and on average they're like 20, 25-minute episodes.
Perfect. Okay, cool.
It is just.
We'll check it out.
Especially if you're into cooking. Because he's.
I do love cooking.
Why is Why is Jesse laughing?
I don't know. Why are you laughing?
What?
You were giggling. What are you giggling?
Why
at?
are you laughing?
Nothing.
What are we doing?
Next question.
he's enabled us as I'm the bear, you're the chaser.
What?
I don't know. I don't get it on the podcast.
The bear, the chaser. Okay.
Such innocent children.
Yes. So I would also recommend recently dropped on Netflix.
We're not animating anymore either. Our background's not animating anymore.
Yeah, you've broken
let me
Jesse.
see.
You've broken everything.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah. Yes, Jack. I do really like this guy's body. When I see a guy with a ripped body, I admire things of beauty, regardless of what they are. So
it's
if I
an
see
Avon
a guy
Media
with an incredible
cape.
body,
KKK hoodie.
I will admire it because I would like to have a body like that. But it takes a lot of discipline, and it's very difficult to do. Like, these guys have personal trainers and dietitians and chefs that do everything for them. Like, every interview I've ever seen with one of these actors that got ripped for a role, all of them say the same thing. They were miserable and they hated it. And they want to go back to just being normal again, where they can eat whatever they want and do whatever they want. It's an incredibly difficult process to get your body in that kind of shape. Ridiculously difficult. But what are you going to do?
It is not
It's
a Mel
my
Gibson
goal,
hoodie.
and I don't know if I'll ever get there.
You got to eat a shit ton of food and work out nonstop.
That's if you want to be big.
Mm-hmm.
Because you need the protein and you need the food to fuel the muscle growth. Getting lean without getting big is a bit more difficult, which is what I'm trying to do. It's a little bit trickier. And the last time I did it, I had to cut carbs, which was not enjoyable at all. At all. My wife was ready to leave me by the end of that month. Like, I was not a great person to be around. Not that I am at the best of times anyway, but I was like,
going to say,
worse.
But I didn't want to be mean.
I was even worse back then.
Cannot.
What would you recommend as a TV show, Jesse?
God, what the hell? There was something. Oh, I was getting hot in my KKK hoodie. Man, the only thing we've really watched recently was Echo, which, if you're into the Marvel stuff, is in the better tier. Yeah, it was solid. I really enjoyed it. It was it is their first. Well, now my hair's doing this shit. The Marvel Spotlight category.
Okay.
So it's their adult R-rated stuff. So lots of gore. There's no like nudity or anything. There's
Is it like the
swearing,
werewolf thing they did?
Yeah, it's very gory, especially early on and later. But yeah, it was solid. I enjoyed it. It's not great, but for Marvel TV, I would put it's in the higher. It's trying to go more for what Netflix did when Netflix was good.
What the hell is that?
I enjoyed Echo quite a bit. It was very good to the indigenous people that it was representing, because they were a huge part of it. The Choctaw, I believe, of Oklahoma.
Okay.
So, good show.
Cool. John? Or did you already recommend?
No.
Didn't.
You guys just butted right in, talked over me, so I just stopped.
It's always him. It's not me. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
You talked about the post office thing.
Yeah, that's fine. I haven't seen it. I was just know about the actual story of what happened.
We're only at question 9, so hurry up.
Yeah, I know. I would recommend the Society of Snow on Netflix, which is it's similar to Alive, which had Ethan Hawke in it, but it's the actual full true telling using the people's real names of the flight that crashed in the Andes. That was a rugby team where they had to eat their friends and relatives to stay alive that had died. It is fucking horrific. And if you haven't seen it, it's probably the best TV show ever made, and that would be Chernobyl. It's a one and done.
Really?
Mate, as a drama, that is some gripping television from
I
start
tried,
to finish.
man.
Are you telling me you didn't like Chernobyl?
No, it's not that I didn't like it. It just didn't
Holy
do much
shit,
for me,
bro! Oh man, it's incredible.
I tried
television.
watching it, and I'm just like, man, this is kind of boring. Like, it just, I don't know. I don't know if it was the way, like the premise and the idea. When we heard what it was about, we were like, oh wow, Chernobyl. I'd love to watch a show that's all about what was going on there. And then we just started watching it. And I'm just like,
dude,
God,
you're missing a trick there, man. Like that
they had
is
a little bit of pizzazz to it. Like,
they
Jesus.
did. Like it was
No, they
very, very
didn't.
frighteningly accurate to how absolutely nearly the end of the world kind of scenarios for like
Yeah,
large
but again, we're
swaths.
discussing two different things. I understand the premise and the idea is great. I just don't think the way they presented it in a TV show was overly interesting.
I'm playing a trailer for John's Cannibal movie, if you're wondering.
That is not a trailer
Oh,
for
it's
that
not?
movie.
Oh, okay. Well, it's called,
No.
this is Tormentor, official cannibalism trailer.
Yeah.
What?
Bro, let's not get banned from YouTube.
This is on YouTube. Look, literally on YouTube.
Yeah.
Hello.
Well,
let's
we'll
give that
see.
let's give that enough.
Maybe the chat.
Why are
wouldn't
you
appreciate
playing
it. I
this?
don't know.
I can't show movies, and you're talking about
movies.
movies. I can't show movie trailers.
Next question.
Play some Prince of Persia footage or something.
A video game.
There's a super chat from Faisal. Like the new look. Starting the pod now.
Wow.
Yeah, it's nice. Aside from all the empty space, it's good.
YouTube chat.
Okay. Next question. Where are we?
I think
Okay.
Omen.
Omen. Happy Saturday. I personally have no issue with Xbox exclusives going to other platforms. However, I do think Xbox has an issue with messaging consistency. In a world where you are in charge of Xbox and you saw a business need for some titles to go multi-plat, how would you handle it? For example, I would just say that all games as a service games are multi-plat, even Halo. All Bethesda games are timed 2-year exclusives, and all Xbox published single-player games are exclusive forever. It sets expectations and still provides value to Xbox users. Yep, I understand that thinking, but it also it concedes in a way. Like, if you say that all single-player games are exclusive forever, you're basically saying that Sony's way is the right way, and the single-player exclusives are what matters the most.
Yeah.
So rather than forging your own path, you're like, yeah, Sony's exclusives and those single-player games, that's the only thing that matters. I'm not sure I like that.
Yeah. Also, we can't criticize Microsoft's messaging. This is not from them. This is a rumor.
Yeah, that's
right?
the other thing.
We can criticize when they announce or don't announce something.
Yes.
Or at least say that's not true. Or they can say, then we can start talking about it. But until then, we can't criticize Xbox because the internet decided to have a shit fit.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Oh, Xbox, you're so poor at messaging for the message that you didn't deliver.
Yeah,
And
they didn't. This was a rumor that started from Nate the Hate. Xbox hasn't actually said anything, so their messaging can't be bad. There is no messaging on this. There hasn't been any. Yeah. So it's difficult to criticize them for that. Like last week, I was just annoyed at the idea that Hi-Fi Rush could be coming. It wasn't ripping on Microsoft for messaging. They hadn't messaged anything. But I get you. Yes, in general, Xbox has had a messaging problem in the past with a lot of things. But yeah,
I'm curious, with their increased marketing budget and the fact that they have more responsibility now and they have a really good marketing team after what they did last year, I am curious how it goes moving forward because it's very different than it's ever been before for them.
How would I handle multiplats though? Like, I'd probably, if I absolutely had to put stuff on other platforms, it would be the games as a service games.
Yeah.
It would be those games. And the funny thing is, I think their thinking, again, this was the way it was explained to me, I think their thinking behind Halo's multiplayer had some merit. It's like, let's use that as an ad for Xbox and Game Pass. It's like, hey, you want the rest of this package? Guess what? Go get an Xbox sub to Game Pass. I understand that thinking
It's
process.
just that it's the issue they have a lot of being too soon. They're always thinking right, but way too early in implementing it.
Oh, yeah,
heavily.
always. Sega used to do the same thing. Sega used to do the exact same thing. But it's Halo. Like, you can't have Halo somewhere else. It's Halo. Like, you know. I don't know, just this whole idea that there's a lot of assumptions that get made around this discussion, and we're probably guilty of it too. Like, oh, by not putting this game on PlayStation, look at all the money you're losing. Well, you don't know what money you're losing. PlayStation gamers right now don't buy PlayStation games. Why would they buy Xbox games?
True story.
Do you know what I mean? Like, everyone makes these assumptions that if they put Sea of Thieves on PlayStation, they'd make all this extra money. PlayStation gamers don't play games as a service games. So who's going to play Sea of Thieves on PlayStation? That's why Sony's games as a service pitch, whatever they're attempting to do, the rumors are it's not going well. Because PlayStation gamers have historically not bothered with those games. So why would you then go and take Microsoft's games on a platform PlayStation gamers don't own, so aren't interested in, put that game on PlayStation and hope they're all just going to play it? What? That's not how that works.
Yeah.
That's why I don't understand why everyone's like, oh, put all the games on PlayStation and Switch and make all this money. I'm making a good point here.
I know, but I had a funny GIF I wanted to play. You can keep going.
Like, I don't know where everyone gets this idea that, oh, well, there's more PlayStation console owners, which means more money. We've had other devs that are like, oh, we actually sold more copies on Xbox than we did on PlayStation. Titanfall 2. Look at Titanfall 2. Like, there isn't just this one blanket rule where, well, PlayStation has more consoles, you're automatically going to do better on that platform. Like, I don't know. It's just it's a weird argument to me, and there's a lot of assumptions that get made, and that's probably why. Phil has said case by case. They thought Ori. They must have crunched the numbers and said, well, we think Ori will do really well on Switch. And Ori 2. We think Cuphead will do well on Switch and PlayStation.
Also, though, in those scenarios, those are two external developers that have partnered with Microsoft
that probably
a long period of time, and they were like, look, come on, like, especially for, you know, Ori and the amount of time, like, people mortgaged their house 3 times to get Cuphead out the door kind of shit, you know, like, hey, we need more, like, help us. And they were like, yeah, okay, no worries, we've had our year exclusivity out of it. You know, I just don't see the same scenario for all first party stuff. But anyway, yeah.
I'm reading a comment from R.L. Stein. PlayStation doesn't have any service games. Well, that's not true, because there are PlayStation gamers. Plenty of them play Warzone, Fortnite,
Destiny 2 is a service game.
They play those big third-party ones. But obviously, PlayStation themselves don't fully believe in this games as a service shift, even though they're trying. I just don't like the idea that there's this assumption that all these Xbox games would just do gangbusters on these platforms with gamers who aren't interested in Xbox and their games.
Yeah.
Like, there's just the logic breaks at some point. That's the other reason I'd prefer they didn't. But fuck do I know?
Exactly.
Yeah. Is that it? Do you guys have anything to say?
Nope. No, you said it all, bro.
You went about 10 minutes. We're good.
Okay. Okay. More Fenthus. Happy weekend, fellas. Pick one or both. 1. What do you think Phil's birthday wish was? For all Xbox games to be on PlayStation. That's his wish. Number 2. When do you think Crash Team Rumble will get a PC port? It always seemed odd to me that the game didn't launch on PC and consoles.
Maybe it'll be on the agenda for this year.
I think a PC port would be something they could possibly do if it's coming to Game Pass and it's cloud console PC. That's
and with regards to Phil's birthday, if memory serves, Indie 2 years ago was announced on Phil's birthday, right? And like I remember Phil making a joke of like, yeah, he announced it for my birthday present. Yeah. Like that's maybe this is the second part. Like, hey, buddy, for your birthday, we'll get it out this year. You know, like, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it would.
Was though.
Oh, wish that insiders would disappear forever.
That means me too.
I don't make the rules.
That means I disappear. But then who would watch? Then no one would watch. If you get rid of this pretty face, then no one watches.
He's right.
It's catch-22. It's catch-22, mate. Man. Can't have your cake and eat it too.
What's the point of having cake then?
I love cake.
Okay.
Maybe now that they've got 1,000,001 studios, Crash Team Rumble would get a PC port, or maybe they could reach out to Nix's and Sony get some money out of Microsoft for porting a game to PC.
We got a super chat.
Cypher Type 1 with the $10 super chat. Who were the last big publishers that PlayStation and Nintendo acquired? Don't worry, I'll wait. Their messaging can be more clear and direct because they are not in the same position Xbox is in.
Psygnosis was the last publisher that Sony acquired, I think.
That was
in the day.
One of the first things they acquired to get into the gaming business. They acquired the major European publisher to enter the gaming space.
Boom.
Because they knew that they were going to struggle to compete against Sega and Nintendo.
Yeah.
So they bought a publisher. Funny that, isn't it? How when you feel you need to compete against two heavy hitters, you do something big.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yep. It's interesting on the second point as well. Their messaging can be more clear. Yeah, like that is a key part of having one platform to release to. And we've seen, where PlayStation have had to start announcing to PC, and you've suddenly seen PS Plus players going, wait, why do they not have to pay for PS Plus?
Oh my God, did you see that?
Did you see that tweet
that went a little bit viral?
It's like, Xbox players have been here before.
I laughed so much when that dude was like, wait, on PC, we don't have to pay for multiplayer for Helldivers 2, but on PlayStation, we do. I'm like, bro, where have you been for the last 15 years? Like, where have you been, bro? Like, welcome to the world of your games being on console and PC.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about, mate?
Classic.
Also, that was funny.
Random tangent. Stein on Twitter just kind of semi-subtly dragged IGN by posting a SpongeBob 2023 GIF. He replied with, "Hey, Starfield, Forza Motorsport, Hi-Fi Rush, Minecraft Legends, Redfall as games they released in 2023, but then also included the acquisition of Activision Blizzard by adding Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, Quake 2 Remaster, Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, Age of Empires 4. He forgot Diablo, but it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I got it. There you go.
Where is it? I'm trying to find it.
It's now on our screen.
Yeah. Oh dear.
It's right under IGN.
Made me giggle.
Yeah, I just
well played, Stein.
like you're not helping the whole Xbox tax discussion when you put out tweets like that. You're not helping. Like, it's just yeah. Anyway, and yes, you're right, Cypher. They can be more clear and direct, not only because they're not in the position Xbox is in, because they have a legion of fans that like they're in that position where it's like they can just say whatever and their fans will be like, yep, cool. No worries. No blowback. No go get lost. No nothing. So they can just say whatever they want.
Another super chat.
Yep, Georgie. So, fellas, predict when Phil and Co. break the news. What news?
Going third party.
Hi-Fi Rush going to PS5 and Switch.
Direct.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it could
the-
be
at
on
the
the
direct.
direct.
Could you
Hey,
imagine?
Xbox fans, here's all these games. Don't worry, PlayStation, we got you too.
Yeah, we got you too.
Taking a trip to
Could you
Japan.
imagine?
What does Tokyo Gameworks or Tango Gameworks have to say?
Oh dear.
Oh my god, that'd be so funny.
What is the Discord? It's discord.gg/XboxEra. That's the Discord.
The other one's private.
Yeah.
And I'm not in it. Because it sucks.
The other one is my one that will not be opened up to the public.
You don't want to be there anyways, trust me.
Yeah.
Thumbs down.
Yeah. Okay. Next question. Lee Layfield. Hi guys. In light of this week's roller coaster of Xbox news, does Nick have a rumor mill to top it off with? If not, I'll drop one. Sea of Thieves cross with Peter Pan Neverland for 2025. Oh wow, yeah, Peter Pan. Hook. How cool would that be?
Well, do you know what? I'm going to throw this out here. Sea of Thieves has got Season 11 coming 2023, and they're looking forward to announcing what Season 11 is.
Mm-hmm.
What if that's the announcement? Season 11 launching it, PS5, Switch, Xbox.
God.
Can you imagine? That's it later on this month.
But at least Sea of Thieves makes sense. Sea of Thieves makes some sense.
Like half a decade old at this point. Like, it's okay.
But no, it's not just about the age. We need to stop putting all these little caveats in. Oh, it's like,
No,
if it hits this many years old, and if it's this, and if it's that.
I agree
To me,
with
it's
you.
as simple as it's a games as a service game. We want to spread, make the player base as big as possible. We feel this can help advertise Xbox. So if people want more games like this, come get an Xbox and get all these other games and Game Pass and blah, 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 blah. To me, just leave it there.
Yeah,
No
I just
other
want Sea of Thieves
caveats.
too. I don't want more Sea of Thieves. I want them to update the game, get rid of the Xbox One requirement, give me more, give me something broader. Anyway,
Georgie, yes, Georgie, I agree with you. I just said before, I'd prefer they don't put any of their games on other platforms. I am Mr. Lock It Up. I'm just saying, in a world where it appears like they are going to do it, Sea of Thieves makes some sense as a games as a service game. That's all I'm saying within that context. I'm not saying I want Sea of Thieves over there. I want them to lock down COD. I want them to tell everyone to get fucked and lock down COD. That'll make people buy Xboxes, won't it?
yeah.
Then we'll see what the console sales difference is when COD's exclusive to Xbox.
God,
Watch that 50 to 25 number just go and flip. Because that's all people buy PlayStations for, COD anyway. So if you have to buy an Xbox to play COD, see you later. But they're not going to do that.
Finish the question.
Anyway. We didn't even get to the rest of the question.
No, we didn't get to the question.
Question. What 3 first-party Nintendo titles would you like to see the Switch 2 launch with? For me, it's Metroid Prime 4, a 3D Mario. Well, you just named my 3, mate. A 3D Mario, and it's been 26 years since Ocarina of Time, and 13 years since Ocarina of Time 3D. Legend says every 13 years it gets remade. They're my 3. Metroid Prime 4, Super Mario Odyssey 2, and Ocarina of Time remake. Oh
Boom.
my god. If
There
they
you go.
Oh, sorry, and maybe Mario Kart 9
If it
So
came
we're
to
not-
me and John, I don't think
for
we'd
another
care at all.
15 years.
I don't mind. Like I like Super Smash Brothers quite a lot. But
You want to drag Sakurai back? That poor man. That
isn't
beaten
that
down
poor
man.
man? No, I don't mind. Whatever. I'll see. I'll see if it's worth the investment. Probably will be.
I feel like that's why Nintendo wouldn't bother with backwards compatibility.
Because their fans are
Because
simps.
everyone
I
would
agree.
everyone would just buy the next Smash Brothers and buy the next Mario Kart and buy the next thing or buy the remaster of that old game. So why have backwards compatibility?
Yeah.
Like why? I feel like Nintendo, not that they don't need it, but of the 3, they are the ones who gladly just resell all their games. So why do you need backwards compatibility? Like, almost the entire Wii U library was just resold on Switch. Almost the whole thing. And they're high-selling games. Mario Kart 8 is the highest selling. Like,
mental.
the highest selling game on Switch is a Wii U game. Literally. Nuts. Nintendo fans are stupid.
Yes, they are.
That includes me. We're all fucking stupid. We're just stupid. We're all just so dumb. We're all just so dumb. Oh, God. Anyway. Azu-wizu. Good day, gents. There was a lot of hullabaloo about Hi-Fi Rush going to Switch this week. A few thoughts. 1. You can make the best games in the world, but if nobody knows about it, how are you supposed to gain market share? That's right.
Rap God.
Hi-Fi Rush.
Go fast.
What?
Read fast. Rap God it.
Hi-Fi Rush on Switch can get more people aware of Xbox games in Japan. Tango is Japanese. We need to consider this as well. It'll be a morale boost for the studio to see their game being played by their friends and family. In the end, it is all about trade-offs, isn't it? Lose a little to gain something more important. 2. People who are saying don't put Hi-Fi Rush on other platforms because it is acclaimed are mustard-hearted, as King would say. Do people think Xbox won't be able to produce more acclaimed games? Losing 5 exclusives when you have 10 games is bad, but losing 5 exclusives when you have 50 is not that bad. To people who already have their pitchforks up in the air, let's pause a second. We are going off of a rumor with incomplete data and context, making assumptions, talking in hypotheticals, and saying Xbox needs to fix their messaging. You guys are going from a rumor to pitchfork in the span of a podcast and expecting a corporation to respond to rumors. Can we reserve this for the time when Xbox actually makes the announcement? Feel free to voice your opinion, but let it be in the tone of feedback instead of a war cry. I thought we did that. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Apologize for the lengthy post. Maybe my New Year's resolution should be to stop being the old man that yells at clouds. Sigh.
That's human history. You're not going to break the mold.
I thought we did that when we first spoke about this topic. I thought we were fairly measured and made it clear that we were talking in a hypothetical space where if this rumor is true, then A, B, C, D, E.
What I think we can all agree with, we were not concise.
Yeah, I will agree with that. But I also think, if you look at the 2 videos that were produced, we argued both sides of the coin, right? We had mine, which was kind of like, I don't think this is a good idea. Here's why. And I was more identifying the feelings of others. Like on a personal level, I don't give a shit, but I understand the reluctance and the disagreement about it. But then we also had Proven with Soul Blazers doing the video editing with the look, Microsoft have been signaling this for some time. Get with the program. Both sides of the argument exist. Neither's wrong nor right. It is what it is. But no one's messaged anything yet. So let's all just take a deep breath, relax, get zen, and let's see what happens.
I play Hi-Fi Rush. I forgot how I want to play this game again.
I know, it's so good.
Clip. I need to go back to it. Maybe I'll wait for the Switch port.
Oh, we're nearly there. Just 2 questions left.
Ass4ssin Entertainment. Hey. Good evening to John, Nick, and Jesse. It's good to hear that Ubisoft is starting the 2024 gaming lineup strong for the industry with Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. And with so many games coming, there's going to be a great, amazing games we are all about to miss, either because we lack the funds or time to play them. It really is 2023 round 2, like we said on our last week's title. My question to you all is, what game do you anticipate you won't have the time or money to play this year, or you might think you miss out on? My pick personally is Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, mainly because it comes out the same day as Persona 3 Reload, and I save money on P3, Persona 3, due to Game Pass. Thank you guys, appreciate your hard work. Ooh, what's my game?
I will say, real quickly, XboxEra review for Persona 3 Reload will be coming from Chenkis.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
Tekken 8 as well. That's it.
What won't I have time to play?
Most
well,
things,
it depends.
Because you'll be playing Rocket League and Fortnite all the time.
Yeah. I'll still be playing Prince of Persia trying to 100% it. I don't know. Maybe Indiana Jones. It becomes
Yeah.
It's so
If
much about
it's-
the timing, and we don't know the timing on most releases yet.
I think the big thing for me is it's not so much that there's a game I want to play that I don't have time to play. When I can be, very selective about what I play for a large part, if I can be, that, I never find myself completely overwhelmed and unable to fit something in. And this year is going to be quite different for me. So I'm excited.
I'll tell you right now, I won't be playing Avowed.
You know what? I'll give it
Yeah.
a shot. I'll give it a shot.
I won't play Avowed. I won't play Ara.
Yeah, Aura, I won't. It's not my jam.
What were the other two that are at the show?
Hellblade 2.
Hellblade.
Indie.
Indie.
Hellblade. If Hellblade hasn't, if Ninja Theory hasn't caved to the mob and bloated the shit out of Hellblade 2, then I will play Hellblade 2. If Hellblade 2 has caved and is this 70-hour overdone, bloated,
it's not even
whatever.
Most games aren't. It's just that the big PlayStation ones have become that. Like, if you look around the industry, I always see people talking about big bloated games. Like, I play a lot of them. There really aren't that many. The worst offenders were Last of Us 2 and Uncharted 4 and Ragnarok and stuff.
Uncharted 4,
shitty pacing.
Horizon,
like, it's not most things.
Spider-Man.
I don't think even Spider-Man 2 didn't. It was actually much better.
Apparently,
paced.
Spider-Man 2 was much shorter. Apparently,
I think the pacing's been better than people realize. It just they're
no, because then there's Ubisoft's games as well.
But the only one that's truly big and long was Valhalla. Valhalla was the exception. That game is unbelievably long. It's like 90 hours.
What do you consider long? What do you consider long?
You can beat most of their stuff in 20, maybe 30.
That's long.
That's average. Long
For an RPG,
is 50 and above.
For an
Yeah,
RPG.
like, they're making RPGs, and that is a short time for an RPG. Like, go play
That's a
Persona
long game
5.
to me.
It's 120 hours. Like, it's not, they're not sure. A lot of genres that other people enjoy are way longer than you are used to because people like them. You want to go beat Baldur's Gate 3? You're probably spending 130 hours. Hell, fucking Asgard's Wrath 2 on this goddamn thing. I played 90 hours for the review and didn't beat it. Like, it's an RPG.
Like I said, Prince of Persia, 28 hours I'm at, and I've still got another 20% of that game to go.
Oh, that game's too
that's-
long.
Yeah, I was about to say, if I was going to have one gripe about Prince of Persia, it's that it's a Ubisoft game, which means it's probably longer than it needs to be.
You're doing
Like-
it in the way that makes it longer, though, because if you just
I
waited
won-
to 100% it after getting every ability and beating the game, it's so much easier, and you'd be way further ahead in less time.
I 100%ed Metroid Dread in 16 hours.
Rip off.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, it's
100%ed
Whatever
Metroid Dread
Nintendo
in
does is
16
always
hours.
perfect.
And that was long. That, like, I've seen people 100%ed in 10. So I took a while to do it. I'm at 28 hours, and I have not beat the game or 100% it yet. That's a bit too long.
I was 17% at 13 hours. You're just doing it wrong.
No, I'm doing it the way you're meant to do a Metroidvania.
You go back
I
and clean
even
up
I even
afterwards.
broke Prince of Persia once. I did a
allowed to talk about
speedrunner
it.
break type thing on it. No, I'm just saying I haven't described anything. I'm just saying I had a moment where I speedrun broke the game and did something I wasn't meant to be able to do. And I was kind of proud of myself because that's the first time I'd ever done that in a Metroidvania. It was good. Well, that's my
I like this
answer.
new wrap it up.
Maybe indie. Maybe indie. It's
Damn,
my
it's
game
indie.
that I may end up
You lucked out.
missing out on. But yeah.
I got a new wrap it up for you.
Yeah, I just saw it. Doritos Pope is better though.
I got them both. Don't worry. He's still right there. I'll put him up most of the time.
Okay. Last question. This is funny. I saw this story too from good old Collingwood. I saw this. Almost looks like my fridge. Happy weekend, John, Nick, and Jesse. So 2023 is over. What was your favorite game? Rhetorical. My favorite game was the 2023 AFL Grand Final. Oh boy, yeah. I've watched that at least 37 times. So I am reading an online news website, and the story I am reading about is how a venomous snake got stuck in a refrigerator's ice maker. What I read next made my eyes pop out. I've caught them under kids' pillows, in roof spaces, and in shoes. All sorts of spots. I've even caught them at my house, inside my son's Xbox. I don't know how the hell a snake got inside an Xbox, but...
Jesus.
Yeah, I saw that.
The Xbox One's got a lot of room in there. There's a lot
But
of room.
I'm trying to
Xbox
think how
One.
the snake gets in to begin with. There aren't any massive holes for it to just slither into.
Sneaks in as a little baby snake, and then grows in the heat. I don't know.
And grows in there.
Lives off all the roaches that are living in there.
Yeah. Yes, it doesn't have to be in your Xbox, but what is the wildest animal you have met in real life?
For real life,
I'm in Florida.
boy.
You know the answer.
crocs.
A
Crocodiles?
human being.
Alligators?
Human
Oh,
being.
I thought he might have said that. The craziest animal I've
Florida
met in
man.
real life.
I met a Florida man once. It was hell on earth.
I don't know. I haven't
man.
met. When you say wild, good old Collingwood, do you mean wild as in crazy or wild as in a wild animal?
Yeah, wild animals in an animal that's not a domesticated animal, i.e.,
Okay.
you know, a snake that's not a pet.
Can I tell a story that I hope wasn't a Jacob's Ladder dream?
Yeah.
Because part of me thinks this was a Jacob's Ladder, and I still don't know to this day. So one time I was driving home in the middle of the night from someone's house, I can't remember who. And where I live, it's very suburban. It's not like out in the country or anything. It's a very suburban area. And I was driving home like probably 1 a.m., very foggy. And in the middle of the night, I was driving home, and to the right of me was a shopping centre, a small suburban shopping centre that has an underground car park. And on the left side was a park, like a park recreational area. And in the middle of the night, out of this car park walks what looked like a ginormous moose. But they don't exist in Australia. It looked like a moose, and this thing was huge. And it just strolled across the road at 1 a.m. and went into the park. I still to this day don't know what animal it was that I saw. Because it can't have been a moose, because they don't exist here. So I don't know what this animal was, and it still freaks me out to this day. This thing was massive. And it came out of a shopping centre car park and strolled across the road to the park. I don't know what it was. I wish I had taken a photo, but you're not supposed to hold your phone while you drive.
It's very true. Wow.
But man,
Weird.
very.
I live in Britain. There aren't much in the way of frightening wild animals to encounter. The closest it would be is a grass snake. So I was just going for a walk. There's a place near me with a castle, like the remains of an old castle that was a defense against Vikings, or it was a Viking castle. Because the place where I live, it used to be in Viking terms. It was actually in the show Vikings, yeah, weird but true. But yeah, they have signs up saying, "Hey, in the summer, beware snakes like sleeping in the grass." And we did encounter one. I was like, "Oh, kids, give that a wide berth. Like, let's not step over there." But I have fond memories of finding a slow worm. You ever found a slow worm in your garden? I don't know if there are things over there.
What's
A slow worm is, it looks like a snake, but it's not a snake. They get to about this big, right? But when you catch one, cats often catch them, right? Hence the name slow worm. The cool thing about them is their tail snaps off to escape predators. So like,
okay,
you
lizards do
find
that.
like
Some
at the end of a
lizards do that.
tail. Yeah.
We've
So,
got
but
those
they're
here,
native.
the little tiny lizards. Their tails go boop, just flying
Boop.
off.
Yeah. Skinks and geckos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Don't call women that.
Hey.
They get canceled.
I said skink, not skank. Oh no, they didn't. I was about to say, did IGN delete their tweet? But no, they didn't. It's still there.
I know they're getting exactly what they want out of it.
Yeah, I guess so.
But there you have it.
But that's I wish someone could like find what that animal is. Ooh, Tim Purr, the sambar deer. Ooh, let me Google that and see if that's the animal I saw. This thing was fucking huge. Ooh, that might have been what I saw.
Yeah, you're not insane.
That might have been what I saw. Oh, wow. Hold on. This thing was big, man. Whatever this thing was, it was big. Like, it freaked me the fuck out. Okay. I'm just, like, looking it up here.
I've put one on the screen.
Oh, have you?
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, okay. It may have been one of those, but God, what would that thing have been doing here? They're not native to Australia. I'm on Wikipedia, and it doesn't mention anything about Australia.
It's New Zealand.
Then maybe it wasn't that then, because it doesn't look like they are native to Australia. Oh, no, it says they've been introduced to Australia and the United States.
Great.
Okay. Well, maybe it did then. Interesting.
Is it though?
Well, Nick figures out whether that was a weird dream or, reality. It's the end of the show, folks. So it's been another gargantuan 4 fucking hour episode. What a rush. What a ride. God, if we started this,
rush.
Yeah, exclusively coming to PlayStation and Switch. No, let's not do that. Let's not revisit that discussion. As always, big thank you for everyone for hanging out in the chat. We hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back on Monday with a new episode of Day One for our Patreon subscribers. So if you're a Patreon member, keep an eye out for that. We'll be discussing a bunch of games that are available right now on Xbox Game Pass, as well as dropping some other delightful content throughout the week. And of course, don't forget that we will be co-streaming the Developer Direct right here on YouTube with all 3 of us, plus Soul Blazers. And we're looking forward to seeing our first glimpses of indie and Hellblade 2 extended gameplay that isn't like loads of different cutscenes stitched together. Yeah, it's all exciting. Yay. Get hyped.
And we'll see what gets shadow dropped.
Maybe. Until then, have a great weekend, what's left of it.
Yes.
And we'll see you next time.
Love you, everyone. Bye. Ciao for now.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Then cut the mics just before Nick goes to say anything, just for laughs. Seriously, do it.
No, because I can hear him. Jesse has turned the mics on. I'm not saying anything. I'm not
just some jokes.
I'm not saying anything about what game is coming to Xbox.
Oh, come on, just